Oh, my son, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. In the nearest future, you could be one of the leaders. So we pray. Amen. Oh, my daughter, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. In the nearest future, you could be one of the leaders. So we pray. Amen. To become a leader is not very easy. To become a man is not a day job. Everybody's ambition is to become a leader and to become a rich man. That is the struggle. So my son, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. In the nearest future, you could be one of the leaders. So we pray. Amen. Thank you, my brother. God bless you. So my daughter, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. In the nearest future, you could be one of the leaders. So we pray. Amen. To become a man is not a day job. To become a leader is not very easy. Everybody's ambition is to become a leader and to become a rich man. That is the struggle. So my son, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. In the nearest future, you could be one of the leaders. So we pray. Amen.
You are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life. Lily of the valley, you are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. Lion of the night, you are the pillar. Chickadee, you are the pillar. Daddy, you are the pillar that holds my life. Lion of Judea,
you are the pillar that holds my life.
anywhere.
You are the pillar that holds my life.
Hey, yeah.
Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds
You
my
are,
life.
you are the
Master
pillar.
Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life.
I said, Jesus, unibu kalabati sinduwe. Nibu kalabati sinduwe. Ojo biete, nibu kalabao. Nibu kwa kalabano. Nibu kwa kalabati sinduwe. Ojo biobi ko nibu kwa kalaba. Chika nije nibu kwa kalabao. Nibu kwa kalabati sinduwe.
Okay, my people, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you right there. How you guys doing today? It's good to be back here again. Today is Saturday, 16 September 2023. Yes, we're coming out every day, regardless of Saturday or Sunday, that we know that a lot of people don't normally come out, but we still try to keep up to our consistency. Even though we don't stay long, but we just want to keep that track on. How you guys doing, my people? I appreciate every one of you for joining us today. I quickly have to come in now to acknowledge the few that is already on the comment section, because we have a couple of videos to play, so I might be absent for a couple of minutes. So thank you very much, my people. Let me quickly acknowledge the people that is right here with me now. CXL is with us. Thank you very much. Happy Saturday to you. Good evening to you. Sabovo Kongai, Chris Emenike Obi, good evening to every one of you. Happy weekend to you all. Obejelo is with us. Madam Ahmed Bright is already with us. Good evening to you, Madam. Thanks for joining us. Don Gaddafi. can see you. Good evening, my wonderful people. Discussion Channel TV. Thank you, Fat Jacka. I can see you right there. Good evening to you. Joy Otaho, thanks for joining us. Good evening to you. Now, James Samuel Okafo, blessing Okafo. God bless every one of you. Good evening to every one of you. Didi Anthony, Roslyn, Urban Ruin say, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you. Thank you, my people. Clement Mekene, thank you very much. God bless you all. Paul Madugu, I see you right there. And God bless you, my people. Yes, okay, we have Amaka E just coming in right now. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. God bless you all, my people. I appreciate every one of you right there. We are going to have more people later on, but before now, I just wanted to let everybody know that, yes, we have a couple of things to talk about. As you can see, Wednesday is already set where CJN will constitute the judges that will handle the appeal of Mr. Peter Obi and Atiku. So the talking, the expectations, in fact, the battle will start from Monday. Although Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, they don't talk, say by latest Tuesday, they'll be submitting their appeal. It could be Monday, but obviously it cannot be today anymore. It could be Monday, but they have latest Tuesday to do so. Because on Wednesday, the whole thing will start. So we're going to be talking about all this shortly. I appreciate every one of you right there for joining us. Please press on the like button and help us to share, and let's do this together. But meanwhile, before that, I would like us to listen to the plight of some of the people in Nigeria, what is currently going on right now. Some of them are blaming the subsidy remover, for the situation they are currently facing, while some of them are blaming Buhari for allowing Tinubu to even rule Nigeria or to by handling the country, the power to Tinubu. While some are saying that no, Tinubu is the best. I don't know. The people back home, for me, I always prefer to hear from them. If you say you like the way it be, that's not a problem. I will support you. Continue. As long as you don't bring your problem to me, I don't have problem with that. If you say you don't also like it, that's fine. For me, my stand remain. I want a better Nigeria. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm not against anybody. In fact, I don't have any business with anybody. I just want a better Nigeria. The only reason why you see Mr. Peter Obi is affiliated with me and I'm using all my platform to campaign for him is because amongst all the candidates that came out, nobody is even close to him. No, none of them close. I'm not saying that they are equal. They are not even close. So I have to support him. That because I know he's the only person at least that can change this country, Nigeria, for you and I. But some of you will not agree because of your tribalism, your hatred for either for Peter Obi or for the Igbo people, or I don't just know. I've tried to ask myself why we are doing this to ourselves, but it's difficult. But the problem, the unfortunate part of it is that regardless of whatever that happened in Nigeria, the suffering in Nigeria will not affect someone like Peter Obi, will not affect someone like Tinubu, will not affect someone like Atiku. You see, so we're supposed to have one voice to talk about ourselves, what we want and what will be beneficial to our future. But some of you have chosen to say, no, I would rather support the person from my village than to have a better country that will be favorable to you and I. So it's sickening. It's really, really sickening. But meanwhile, I'd like us to listen to this video shortly. Then we'll follow our people on Twitter to listen to what they're saying for like 10 minutes. Then we'll come here and start with the broadcast of the day. I appreciate some of you just joining us right now. Thank you, Amaka E, for the super chat already. I really do appreciate this. It's a huge encouragement for what I do here. Thank you very much. My pocket never run dry. You said it is going to be a good live show. Mr. Elvis, we appreciate all that you do for us. Keep up the good work. Yes, with people like you and many others that are supporting me directly or indirectly, I don't have any reason not to do the good work. That's the truth. Although everybody cannot like you. But when I see one or two people that show me love like this, it gives me the energy to continue to push on. Because a lot of people have asked me privately, even publicly, how do you do this? You come out every day since April last year, 2022 till now. You've not missed a day for not coming out. You don't have any other thing to do and all that. What do you want me to do when we don't have a good country? What else do you want me to do? I understand it's not everybody that can be this dedicated, that can show this kind of dedication to come out every blessed day. Although a lot of people are doing it, but their consistency cannot match what we are doing here. Yes, it's not easy, but sometimes I've said it before. If we ask ourselves, okay, I want to give up. If you want to give up, you got to have an option before giving up. It's just like you want to resign from your job, right? If you are resigning from your job, you need to have another job you're going. If not, bills will pile up on you, right? Okay. Now, you want to leave your wife. You must have a reason why you decided you want to end your marriage or you want to leave your husband. You might have a reason. Maybe your husband is violent, or your wife is doing one or two things. So if you don't have good reason, a concrete reason that can match your decision, then you have a problem. So for you now to say, in fact, I don't tire for this whole matter, the problem you try to run away from will continue to be waiting. Whenever you are ready, is there blinking, waiting for you. That's my own perception about all this whole view. Because the Nigeria have been like that since before some of us were born. Or rather, before all of us, where they listen to me now, before they born us, right? Nigeria have been there. They have been like that. Nothing good to talk about it. And the sad part of it is that it's even getting worse. It's not getting good. It's getting worse every day. If it was getting better, we can say, okay, like some of you that normally say, yes, we will get there. We will get there. I just believe that is a lazy kind of thought or lazy kind of contribution. Then some of you also do comparison. America used to be like this. UK used to be like this. It took them so years to get there. What about other countries that is better today, that it took them short period to become better? What about Dubai, for example, and many other good countries? So please, if you are doing comparison, don't compare yourself with setback. Compare yourself with something good, not setback. Don't come to me to tell me that Mr. Johnson built his first house after 50 years in abroad, right? Mr. Johnson built his first house after 50 years in abroad. Then you'll be telling me, be patient. Be patient. You God go do your own after all. Now only 10 years you don't spend for abroad now. So you go build your own house. Well, I will rebuke that. Say, God forbid. I'm not part of that. That is a setback. We have people that in December abroad who came to abroad within 12 months, they're already building their house. It's all about luck. You know, I have an in-law who came to the UK. Her first 3 days in the UK, she was issued indefinite stay. In-law. I've never seen that before. First 3 days. But I don't want to go there. I don't want to discuss anything every daily because with the public space. First 3 days. Her first 1 year, she already got admission to go to school. Not because school she come here, I get her. Not visa I take come, you get where take come. I'll not talk that one. You know? And after that, today now, this person now don't the UK now for 3 years. 3 years she don't the UK now. She don't marry. She don't get 2 children. She don't get British passport. She don't get. What are we talking about? No, almost 4 years now. So there is what we call speed. Speed. Don't compare yourself with people that is struggling for the past 20 years. One person can tell you, say, no, not come, my brother, not easy like that. You know, see me that day and now for the past 72 years. You know, it never better for me. No. Don't listen to those kind of things. If you are set to do something, put your mind to it. So for those of you that is always saying, I'm tired, I don't want, the whole thing get as it be. My brothers and sisters, for me, I'm playing my part. Like I've always said before, if I come on air, it's only 2 people that is available to listen to me. I'm good to go. I just want to log it down that I've done today. I've done my part. I've left that footprint there. Then move on to tomorrow. It's just like on the panel. If I have 10 people on the panel, I will pass the slot according to the people on the panel. If it's 5 people I have on the panel, I also pass it according to the 5. In fact, if I have 3 people on the panel, it means I will quick close. I don't know. Oh, you think I'm happy to spend 6 hours every day, even more? I'm not. You see, sometimes I have to drag with my panelists. I want to go. Sometimes they want to stay. Then I start feeling guilty. Okay, what can I do? Okay, let's continue. So if you come to the panel and maybe 3 people there with me here, God bless that 3 people with me, then 3 of them will have enough time to talk. Once they are done, let's assume they are done with it 2 hours, I go close. 2 hours is even beneficial to me because I've logged in already. So doing 6 hours, even more, every single day is not easy. But I thank God for the encouragement. Listen, guys, the reason why I'm saying all this, when you're giving up, please try to have an option. If you don't have an option, then you are doing the wrong thing. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you, my people. I appreciate you all. I can see more people join us right now. Madam Rita, I can see right there. Thanks for joining us. Good evening to you. Pat Sonny, thank you. Mercy Ayo, thank you very much. Juliet Okere is with us as well. Mary Daniel is with us. Thank you. Michael Organemaro, thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Madam Origin, I can see right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you, my people. Then we have Nikki Oko Ugo with us. Stella Ima Semedo in the building. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Mike Akimbari, my brother, I can see you. Mano Ferreira, thank you very much, sir. It's good to see you right there. God bless you all, my wonderful people. Help us to press on the like button. You know, saying on Saturday, it be us again. Madam Helen, I can see you as well. Frank Ono, thank you. Amaka Fojobi just coming in. Thank you very much, my wonderful people. God bless you all. Pat Sonny and many others. All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you right there. Thank you. Before we move on to the next level, I would like to quickly verbally appreciate those of you that have supported me financially already. Amaka Fojabi, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you for always being there. Stella Emma Semedo, thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate you. Thank you for always being there. Every one of you, your pocket will never run dry. You will never regret supporting me. Thank you very much. May God bless you all. For those of you just joining us right now, appreciate every one of you right there. Thank you very much. The Queen Valeria, I can see you. Also, Miguel Mede, thank you. Acropolis, thank you very much. Tony Amaduke, thank you. Jacinta Nani, thank you very much. I can see you. Madarita, once again, I can see you're busy on the comment section. God bless you. Appreciate every one of you right there. Discussion Channel TV and many others. David Platt, Aton of King, thank you. Ima Franklin, once more. Helen Chukura, thank you very much. Austin Prince, thank you. Mr. Joseph Orji is with us. Thank you. Uzo, thank you. You say I know say hello to you. I bet no verse. You know, I don't say hello to you now, Uzo. Thank you very much. Beyond the Sky, Washington Amorige, and many others. Thanks for joining us. God bless you all. Okay, before we move on, we're also going to be talking. You can see the picture of our legend right there, Charlie Boy. We're also going to be showcasing, one of his video where he came out to talk about what he have been passing through on Earthwise. So I would like us to listen to that. Maybe some other married men here, or people that is planning to marry prospectively can learn from that. So we're going to be learning from that particular video soon. But meanwhile, let's quickly go to Twitter and take it from here. Let's listen to what our brother Jimmy is saying right now on Twitter. Then after that, then I'll come back to you guys again. Now God bless you, my people. Let's listen to this. Thank you. Please press on the like button, my people. Help us to press on the like button. It's very, very important. I can see currently right now, we only have 78 likes. It's just so poor. Press on the like and let's do this together. If you can take that like to at least 150, we already have about 300 people watching us. So having 150 likes is not bad. Please help us to do that. Thank you, my people. God bless you. Let's listen to this.
My man. Don't tell we would never drop new jam, but you know the situation of the things in the land right now, it does not call for anything.
I know, right?
So,
I know, my brother.
So,
I know.
studio no make studio they calm down. But right now, bro, how are you doing today?
I'm fine, Saddam. Thanks. I'm fine. How you doing? Sizu, beautiful submission as always. Lengthy but educational and insightful. Thank you, my brother. All the speakers, I see you all, and I greet and respect you all. All protocols duly observed. Right, let me start this way. I'm gonna start with this Mubad guy. I've not really made any tweet. I don't think I've actually made any tweet about it. And he hit me in a different way, and it brought a very sad memory to me. And the reason why it did that is simply because of my brother. You see, it was on this space I told you guys how I disconnected with my dad. And one of the reasons why I disconnected is basically because of the way they handled the death of my brother. Up till now, I couldn't find out or figure out what really happened to my brother. I had no chance of carrying out the autopsy. And this was the key thing I tried to achieve, but I felt like it felt like I was the only person, up for it. So um, that that pain is still inside of me. So I don't really know this Mubad guy. That's the honest truth. I don't really know him. And it was my friend here in Chicago that was telling me about him. Even mentioned the song his hands and everything. And my sister in London sent me a couple of. She's been crying endlessly, and she just started sending me pictures and videos of what happened to the guy. And the first thing I picked out was the fact that they had to bury the guy quickly, and that was a red flag for me because they are definitely hiding something. And that was exactly what happened the very day I got a call that my brother was dead. The moment my dad got there, the tenant that came to meet my dad told my dad, okay, so let's go and look for a way to bury him. I was on the phone when he said that. I said, who is that bastard? My brother is not a Muslim. Why is burying him the next thing for you to do? And my dad, a confused person, we parents now, may we not have that opportunity to see or witness the death of our kids or children. It wasn't thinking right. And it was like, okay, let's just bury. I said, no, hell no. No one is burying anybody at a point in time. Not now. We need to figure out what happened to this guy. They went to him, his friends, and everything. They bamboozled him into telling him autopsy is a bad thing. They will chop up his body. They bamboozled him simply because we're not around. And that was how they buried him. And afterwards, they were trying to get over the pain of him being buried, and different ideas were coming up, and they contacted me that they want to go and unearth his body to do autopsy. I was so pissed. I'm not interested in that. When I saw the picture, besides the fact that they buried this guy so soon, the humiliating part was when they opened his coffin and people were bringing out their phones to snap his pictures. They were bringing out their phones to snap his picture, how his head was bent. It was disastrous. The sight was disastrous. To me personally, I felt disgusted. But that being said, they did not do anything to adjust that. That's to show you how fast they want to get rid of that guy. They weren't particular about the size of the coffin. It was a situation of just grab one, put him in there, and just put him in the ground. It was a situation whereby, this coffin is too small. We don't care. Shove it in there. They don't even have the time to go get a replacement, a coffin bigger than the actual one they brought. They just want him to be buried. They're covering something up. I spoke to a couple of people in Nigeria. He's just a victim of the underworld in Nigeria. And that's the fact. A lot of people don't want to hear it. That is the fact. He's a victim of the underworld. And as a matter of fact, it's part of the contract he signed. He signed a contract of him being a musician. He might know what comes with it. He might not. But what I'm certain of is drug peddling, drug trafficking is among the contracts they signed. I am 100% certain of that. I'll speak of some layers of the hierarchy these guys have from my findings and from a lot of documentaries I've seen, and the hierarchy of how this guy operates. It is ridiculous. It is obvious this guy was injected, and they know an autopsy will definitely explain the cause of death. They don't want that to come down on them, and that's the reason why they buried that guy so quickly. So the father coming out to speak, the way he was speaking, it could have been threatening. They threatened him, collected money from him. They did all sort of things. It's shocking to be hearing that the guy doesn't have money. It is shocking from what I've heard about him so far. That is one person's life. Nobody cares if it's Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. Nigeria happened to that guy. I'm just hearing when Caesar said he performed for the APC people. Nigeria happened to him. That's one of the things you get when you put in bad people into power. No one is mocking his death, but that's the reality on ground. When you put people like that in power, that is the reality of what you get. I'm going to repeat it again. Sometimes last year / earlier this year, in a couple of my submissions, I always end by saying, if you put in a sick person as a president, people will see that country as a sick nation. If you put in a drug baron as a president, people will see that country as a narco state. You don't have an idea of what is going on in Nigeria right now. I have no idea, to be honest, but it is something we foresaw, something we knew was going to happen, and we spoke about it on Violence Space. We educated people about it on Violence Space. We exposed the underground going on in Lagos. And you see what is going on in Lagos now. They want to make it on a larger scale, on a national scale. That is what is going on right now. Oh, you see the NURTW fight going on. No, that's just that's just an argument. That is them having a chit chat argument.
Jimmy said argument.
No, that's just an argument. You guys have not seen anything yet. It will get to a particular point that we all have to come together and say enough is enough. I'm not going to be part of that, simply because I believe when the time is right, nobody needs to tell anybody. And as a matter of fact, let me make this a public service announcement. This is me disassociating myself from anything that has to do with protest in Nigeria. Please do not involve me in any planning on anything people want to do in Nigeria. I don't want to be part of it. I'm a one-man soldier. I'm good at that. I don't care what had happened in the past couple of days. I just want to be alone, okay? I'll keep doing what I'm doing. I'll keep tweeting. I'll keep speaking up to the hues of the government in Nigeria. But I don't want to be part of whatever it is people want to do in Nigeria. I'll keep doing every single thing I've got in me to make sure I call them out. In Chicago here, I'll do my part. I have a lot on my plate already I'm doing. That being said, New Yorkers, obedience, you have a guest. How are you going to welcome him? That is up to you guys. The ball is in your court. I know Tinubu cannot come to Chicago because they will arrest him. He cannot come to Chicago. They will arrest him. And if they don't arrest him, I will go to wherever he is and I will make the loudest noise. I will make the loudest noise. It is so...
Go carry your JBL speaker.
My brother, I don't even need... Now my car, now the speaker within my car will open them up. I will make the loudest
Just
noise.
they play hand, they shake, leg, they shake. He hates that job.
Bro, you see, when people are determined to get their country back. They don't care what's going to happen. They go all out. They don't care what's going to happen. They go all out. The moment you think about something that will scare you from getting your country back, you get discouraged. And death is one of those things that people think about it, be like, I don't want to do it. If you don't do it, nobody's gonna bloody do it. And that's the reason why I always tell people, my people don't like listening to me say this. My family, my sister, my friend don't like listening to me say this. But we're all gonna die one day. And if it's gonna be about this case, I am ready to die. How you die really does matter. What did you stand for? What are people going to remember you for? That is my own route. This is me speaking to you. I don't care. What is wrong, and what is right is definitely right. And that's the stand I always stand on, any day, anytime. And that keeps me going that gives me strength in every single thing I lay my hands on. El Chapo Guzman's son is in Chicago. I drove past the place they held him. There'll be a little family reunion in Papa. He came to Chicago today. I've been seeing the video and everything. If you see the place they took him to, on the ground, you won't believe there is a prison down there. Oh yeah, in Chicago. Yeah, now Chicago they bring and come. Because everything that has to do with drugs in America, my brothers and sisters, see Chicago. Chicago. Hey! Chicago. My goodness. Now them. For here. Now them get them. That has to do with drugs. From the findings I did about Mohbad, I was told he misplaced a shipment of drugs. And they don't care if you misplace it, they want their money back. Just the way you see in movies, guys. Just the way you see in movies. So all those harassments, when they see all videos, they want their fucking money back. And you keep asking yourself why they don't make money from that. Simply because all they do is they get high on their products. This is first class information. In fact, the person is telling me that they should not even bother themselves trying to investigate in Nigeria there. The police are in on it. I made a list of the hierarchy for people to understand how deep this thing is. You see, it's like a business organization. When you hear of the cartel, it's like a business organization. They have the baron himself. They have the second in command. They have the financial advisor. They have the transport operation. They have a bookkeeper that records every shipment coming from every country or every state, depending. They have the international bookkeeper. They have the state bookkeeper, and they have the local government bookkeepers in Nigeria there. They have a stash house. That was where NDLEA found out the largest drug boss, one of their stash houses. Stash house is where they keep either 3 of their most important commodities: their drug products, their cash, and their weapons. They have a set of people that their jobs is to bring in weapons. They have certain set of people that their jobs is to make sure transporting the drugs into Nigeria is not a problem. They have pilots they work with different airlines. They have packages. They have people that packages these items and they put the stamps on them. It's a division of labor. They have distributors. They have producers. And guess what? They have 2 major types of people that you don't want to mess with. They have the protectors and the enforcers. The Mexicans, they call them the sicarios. These people are the one that protect their goods, shipment, they call it. They protect their shipment to its destination or location. And enforcers are the ones that, when they give you a package or a shipment to sell, you sell it, it comes short, or you don't want to give them the money. It's not even about the money. They give you a time frame. And if you don't meet up with that time frame, they don't care about that money. They will kill you. And your family members will end up paying that money. If they don't pay that money, they will kill them. If they have dogs in that house, they will kill those dogs. If they have cats, if they have fish in their aquarium, they will kill every fucking damn thing. That is how they operate. They don't care. These are heartless people. You see, and the drug has different classes. They have weed. They have cocaine. They have another one they call colos. I'm talking about Nigeria. They have cough syrup. And guess what? Each of these drugs I just mentioned, they have a cartel. The cartel for cough syrup is different from that of colos, from that of cocaine, from that of weed. And guess what? Each and every single one of them.
When you say cough syrup, it's codeine. They call
Codeine,
it
that's
codeine.
correct. Yeah, codeine, that's it. So each of these drugs I mentioned, they have a leader. And their leader is affiliated to one man, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There is a guy, interesting guy. They call him Abul Abel. He goes around. He's in Lagos, Dubai. You hear them, praising him all over the place. Abu Ebeli. He's an underdog. He's a drug dealer. He's a capo di tutti. He's into cocaine. They have some that are into cracks. I don't want to start mentioning names, but from the findings and the information I got hold of, my goodness, Nigeria is in deep shit. The country is in deep shit. The police are in, man, the police are in this rubbish with them. The soldiers are in this rubbish with them. It is a capture.
The NDLEA gave them ambassadorship one day.
It is, let me just say, I can confirm 100% that Nigeria is a captured state right now. From the information I've gotten so far, Nigeria is a captured narco state right now because they have moves. You see, this is another category. They have moves, and what these guys do is they go around looking for people to they look for people to intimidate. They are the ones that smuggle drugs. They smuggle weapon across the border from Cotonou to Nigeria, from Niger to Nigeria, from any part of the country to Nigeria. They do all this small. They call those ones moves. They have the falcons, the fox. This is how they operate. So what they basically did was they copied the cartel hierarchy structure from the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico. They brought it to Nigeria, and they are trying to put in people in those positions. That is what they're trying to do now in Nigeria. Right now in Nigeria. The sicarios, I mentioned them earlier on. They are the one enforcing whatever it is they want them to enforce in Nigeria. And within that sicarios, they have two categories. You see, they are dealing with demons in that Nigeria. Within that sicarios, they have one they call sanguareros. The Mexican call them sanguareros. These are bloody, thirsty bastards. Another name for them, they call them butchers. They call them cook. They call them stew makers. These are people that will chop human beings into pieces. You see them in your narco movies. Or they just put a whole human being in a barrel. They soak them in acid. They call that stew. They have all categories of people. They have the intimidators, people that go around harassing you. I'll put on the link. The link I got this whole thing I'm giving you guys. I'll make a tweet about the link so you guys can read and understand. By the time you understand and you read all these positions, then within your own mind, you now start picking everyone in Nigeria. Some certain people, you will see the roles they are playing. There's a particular one that got my interest. They describe it so perfectly that they even said they pick people within the age of 40 to 60, and they are mostly with facial beards. Does that sound familiar to you guys? They are copying what is happening out there. They're bringing it to Nigeria. Again, when you put in a sick person to be your president, the country will be sick. And when you put in a drug dealer to be your president, the country will be known as narco state. Do you know how many dogs will be in New York now sniffing Tinubu's plane? Do you know how many dogs? Because they know him, regardless the fact that they have this diplomatic relationship going on. They know who he is. They know who he is. FBI alone claim they have 2,500 pages of his criminal record. Now, one thing I want people to understand is FBI do not keep valedictory records of people. Obviously, it has to be criminal records. And this guy has 2,500. And the Bible, King James Version, has 1,500. 1,500 pages. Tinubu crime pass a whole Bible. King James Version, to be precise. That is just the FBI. We now have to deal with the IRS. We'll deal with the CIA, State Department. Oh my goodness. The address he put on his Southwest College, where he said he stayed when he was in Chicago. I checked that address. There was no Tinubu on that address. I contacted a friend that is into real estate to get me an information. I actually want to find out when was that building built, because they have a database that can do that. If I can figure out when exactly that building was built, then I can figure out is that building even there when he claimed he went to that, he lived there. We are dealing with a demon. Nigeria, and I don't enter one chance. There is nothing anybody can do. There is, at this point in time, we have to come together, and that is where the strength is, the togetherness of taking this person down. I see a lot of people, changing their minds now, realizing the kind of person they've put into power. It's not too late, but it's a situation whereby we told you guys, and it's working. It's happened right before your eyes now.
Jimmy, somebody just said I should tell you that is why they were angry with Gang of Lagos.
Of course.
That it's not about the Ayo
It's
or
not
anything.
about the Ayo. Exactly what is going on. That is the reason why they don't want it. But why do you think Eniola Badmus is doing all this rubbish? They wanted to go after the actors and actresses that were in that movie, so they had to just blend along with it. It's a capture state. It is a capture state. It is sad. Now, the UAE band. Right now, I have 6 people in my DM since what's today? Today is Saturday. Since was it Thursday? Thursday/yesterday. I have 6 people in my DM. They've been scammed. Just within the period where them talk say they don't uplift the ban. Some people want japa. Some people want japa, they don't enter one chance. Because when that news came up, there was a particular travel agent that did, Saddam, they laugh. There was
no, Jimmy. No, now you don't just send them go the right place.
Hey, bro, there was a particular.
Nigerian ambassador for UAE are during a lie.
They call the place.
Bro, there was a particular travel agent. That travel agent within staff. They did one short video. They were like, Finally, Dubai is on the was it on? Say make everybody shout.
Jimmy,
Please.
tell them when I go. I go send you the address. They call the agency ADV. Jury Dubai visa. If you go there, they'll give you.
Bro, hey, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. They were taking pictures. They were like, oh, Dubai is now back on track. Dubai is back on track. And people were hailing them. 6 people. When I go pay money, when I want Japa go Dubai, because Dubai is the cheapest and the fastest route for them to Japa to leave that country. It's the closest to London to them. So the moment they Japa, they believe, yes, they are better than any other person. But guess what? They've been fooled. They've stolen from them. And now you are in my DM. I beg, number one, when they do the transaction, I was not there. How is it my own business now? They want me to use my platform and call them out. Mba, no be me. No be my own platform is for P2B at this point in time. Because any of us of any sort of people have money to japa. They have they don't keep money, so they won't use and japa. They are not ready to do anything to fix that country. That is what we are facing now. That is the Nigeria we are facing. The one I wanted to remember was Camelio. That is what they call it in the what's it called? The drug cartel realm. They call it the Camelio. An OG cartel member, usually between the age of 40 and 60, because that equates to the average lifespan of a camel. They are often bearded old men or grand men, and they've been known as a cartel ward for decades. They are loan sharks. They lend people money knowing they cannot pay back, and they extort them and force people into doing what they don't want them to do. They have rapists. They have ex-convicts. They have business people. They have real estate members that works with them. They don't get their hands dirty, but they work with them and they help them launder the money. They help them use the drug money to buy shares, to buy properties, to refurbish that money. Not be even Monday again. They refurbish the money. They make it so clean, and they give it back to them. And people will let them know, okay, this is yours. This is a way you can claim you made your money. This is how you made your money in life. That is where we are now. Obedience. Welcome to Yoruba Lokon. Nepotism. I listened to the video this guy had with Sheo. The video is not even recent. Couple of weeks ago. But yeah, the thing just came back online again. I listened to the video. You see, I did one of my Yoruba Rono space, and I said it categorically. I said, even these people when they shout, Yoruba Lokon, Yoruba Lokon. You see, we Yorubas, we are evil among ourselves. If they say, make Yoruba go their way, make Hausa go their way, make Igbo go their way. I know all tribes have their problems, and they have their evil people within them as well. But you see, I'm speaking on behalf of Yoruba people. You see, within the Yoruba culture and Yoruba, people basically, they no go agree. There will always be a problem. Now, they fight on ground now. Now say all the people where Tinubu they pack for power, they be Lagos boys. Abeokuta Yoruba people they vex. Or your Yoruba people they vex. Or some Yoruba people they vex. The man where come.
Leave it lie.
Bro, the man where come station, they follow Shehu Okibale talk say, I'm a Yoruba man. This is not fair. They know. Are you telling me there is no Igbo man that can do this, that can do that? Hey, Ron, the man is from Abeokuta. It is because they did not put his people there. It is because Tinubu is not even interested in anyone from Osun, Ogun, Abeokuta, or Ogbomoso. He's not interested. He's working with the people, the same people he stole and he embezzled Lagos from. The people that worked with him, the people that they've had connect, it's more like a cult. They are sworn members. They don't leak themselves.
Things like this, regardless of what, I don't know. Maybe there's something that is happening to our media in Nigeria that you and we are not seeing. I believe there's a kind of oppression or threat and all that, or sanctions that is being put before them, that if you misbehave like this, this is what you're going to get. To be honest, you that supported APC, this is what we are going to continue to get. God forbid if the Supreme Court do the wrong thing. Nigeria will continue to get worse. In fact, Nigeria have been captured. In case you're not aware, Nigeria have been captured. At this particular time now, you're going to see more of talks, Agberus. You're going to see more of kidnapping, more of insecurity, and many other things are going to continue to happen under these people. So if you're part of the people that supported these people, I want you to have it in your mind that throughout the time they are going to be in that office, whatever that happened to any Nigerians, innocent Nigerians, I want you to know that their blood will be on your head. Yes, because you know that satanic APC cannot take us anywhere. Anybody that comes out of that party cannot take us anywhere. Talk less of even the baggages that Tinubu is carrying everywhere. You still decided to support him because it's from your village. Meanwhile, let's listen to this quickly. God bless you all.
Starting with the United Arab Emirates has contradicted claims by the Nigerian government that it is yet to lift a year-long visa ban on Nigerian travelers. An official from the Gulf states told CNN that there are no changes on the Nigeria-UAE travel so far. The source asks not to be named because he is not authorized to speak to the media. The UAE said in a notice last October that it will no longer issue visas to citizens from Nigeria and 19 other African nations. It did not provide further details, and obtaining a 30-day tourist visa was relatively easy until the UAE abruptly stopped issuing the visas to Nigerian nationals. Flights between both countries were stopped last year after Dubai's Emirates Airlines suspended its operations in Nigeria, citing trapped revenues. The carrier said it could not access and repatriate its funds amounting to $85 million withheld in Nigeria. First off, I want to say welcome back. You were surely missed. But I mean, we're not in Dubai, so this did not affect you. But we have to talk about this. Just this week, the president had, gone to India for the, G20 summit, and on his way back, he made an unscheduled stop at the UAE. And what we got from that was that there was a meeting between our president and and their president as well. And the outcome of that meeting was the immediate lifting of the visa ban, according to our president. Let me be very clear about that. The presidential spokesman, who is.
They tell me why Ajuri will come on air, Tinubu spokesperson, to tell Nigerians that Dubai have lifted the ban immediately. Why? They need to come back on air, not this one where they do Kasho trying to bypass it. Come on airplane to apologize to Nigerians that we have lied, we are deceitful. Forgive us. That is what they need to do, because I don't understand.
That meeting was the immediate lifting of the visa ban, according to our president. Let me be very clear about that. The presidential spokesman, who is representing our president, said the immediate lifting of visa ban on Nigeria, the resumption of Etihad and Emirate Nigeria routes, the $1 billion UAE investment in Nigeria, and joint FX liquidity program with details to follow. But here we are, hearing from an unofficial source. I'm sure by Monday everything is going to be clear. But an official source, and of course going to CNN, which is a very reputable news organization, saying no. And I myself, as an avid traveler, as soon as I heard the news, I remember going on their website to see if an announcement or some kind of briefing had been made. And up until this morning, there was nothing like that. So to be hearing this from a source inside or, from the Gulf country is quite alarming, because on social media, we could see, people jubilating, travel agencies happy that, we could start going to Dubai. But this, is who is who is not saying the truth here? Is it a situation where the president maybe did not understand what the objectives of that meeting was, or what the
I don't understand. What do you mean who is not saying the truth here? We Dubai lie? I don't understand. This is one of the things I'm saying about our media. What do you mean? Everybody is sitting on the fence. That's why we are where we are. Who is not saying the truth? What do you mean by that? Can Dubai now come up to lie that, oh, we be Tinubu say we don't leave the bomb, but we not talk again? Or I don't understand. Well, why will see truth? Will they jump left and right? I don't get it. Eh?
of that meeting was, or what will I say, the agreement from that meeting was, or was it a situation where we were in a rush to announce it? What exactly has happened? And what is very interesting is, if you are owing this country $85 million, what exactly is being done to make sure that their trap funds, they get their trap funds back? Because why, if someone was owing you that kind of money, why would you start business with them?
Nigeria, they owe everybody money for the whole world, God. We they owe UK money, we they owe World Bank money, we they owe China money, we they owe Dubai money. $85 million. Now they say that they owe Dubai now. We don't even know now whether we they owe Ghana money, because this one at Ghana, when Nigeria be say we be giant of Africa, so we big pass. We don't know now whether they owe the Gambia money, whether they owe South Africa money. We know and somebody is listening to my voice right now, still saying, yeah, they talk, now they talk. Now Tinubu now we want, now APC we want. It's so sad. It's so sad. That is why you see that I'll continue to point fingers at our forefathers. Now they put us for where we did. So because the fight that you and I fighting today, if our forefathers started it before they born all of us, Nigeria would have been a better place by now. None of them, they didn't do nothing. They were just trying to belong to any party that, that accept them, any satanic parties. That's why you see that most of the elders that we have in Nigeria today, statistically, 98% of the elders in Nigeria are not part of what we are fighting for. They are not speaking for us. They are not interested, because all of them have benefited from this satanism. That's why they don't care. They are not interested. Even though they are in their sick bed, they don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about us.
Without any kind of, maybe MOU or, some kind of payment plan. Yeah. So, it's scary, because we know that the president has done a few deals. Even when he was in India, he boasted of, having signing some MOUs. There are going to be investments. There's going to be $14 billion investment. We haven't seen it in pen and paper.
Every president does that. I mean, each time they travel, the news has to look good. This is not to reduce the import of what the president, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is doing. But this is what you will get. I mean, Buhari did the same thing, Jonathan.
Can you imagine? Every president does that, right? If they travel, they have to paint it to look good. That's his word, though. I'm only quoting him. Every president. Then he went on by saying, Buhari did it, Jonathan did it. Does it mean that? Oh God. Sometimes people will say, no, Nigeria, just don't allow your panelists to talk, don't say anything. Sometimes I can't hide it. Can you just imagine if Nigeria was rubbish during the time of Jonathan, for example, or Buhari, or even Obasanjo? Must it be rubbish at this at this particular time? Why are we going back? Now, wow, we have a long way to go. Thank God for some of us that have a second option. I mean, as a country, we have a second option. I'm grateful. To be honest, yes, anyhow you want to think I'm there now, for me, I'm just grateful to God that I have a second option. Because many people in Nigeria listening to me right now, I'm not better than them. The only thing different between them and I is because they don't have the same privileges that I have today. So any of you listening to me right now, you live abroad, it means that you have a second option. You should be grateful to God, because the kind of foundation that these satanic people have set in Nigeria is terrible. The good thing about it that we are playing our part. Yeah, because in case your children ask you tomorrow, Daddy, you are complaining, what happened? What did you do? Then I have to, so for me, particularly, I don't know about you, me get anything where I go talk, where I go tell my children, say, I tried my best. I tried.
Reduce the import of what the president, Ashwaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is doing. But this is what you will get. I mean, Buhari did the same thing, Jonathan, Obasanjo. You know, once you travel, the news has to look good. But specifically on the SAR relationship with the UAE, I think you hit the nail on the head. First, we have to admit that this is not an official statement, from the government of the UAE or the Emirate of Dubai. But of course, if a CNN is saying that an authoritative source who does not want to be named is saying categorically that no such agreement has been reached, or was reached at the meeting, then that carries a lot of weight. More so that we could see that in barely 48 hours or 72 hours after the return from Dubai, during Galali, the presidential spokesperson had to basically issue two different statements, almost contradicting himself about what he said, in the beginning. And just like you did, when you checked, if what Ajuri reported is actually what is going on in the Dubai media or the UAE media, you see that the report that many people got online, particularly from Gulf-based media houses, is not in sync with the enthusiasm, or their report didn't carry the sort of enthusiasm that our own report from the presidential spokesperson carried. What could have happened? I don't think the fault will be that of Ajuri alone. Even though as a presidential spokesperson, there's no way you can absolve him of a fault, even indeed there is one. What has happened is that I think it stems from the kind.
I'm sorry, my people, I have to stop this video because what I'm hearing is that I'm hearing something from a man who is trying to be nice to everybody, who is trying to be in the middle, who is trying to please the government, who is trying to please Tinubu, please Azuri, please even Nigerians, who is trying to everything possible not to offend anybody, who is trying so hard not to lose his job, who is trying so hard not to be chased, one way or the other, or to put himself in a uncomfortable situation. And a man who is, showing pretentious submissions to Nigerians, sitting on the fence and all that. So that is what I was hearing. I don't know about you. To be honest, that is what I was hearing. If you don't like him, now you know. That is what I was hearing. I don't know what you hear, because what we are hearing in our media these days, they are trying to paint everything. The only person that said things how it is Rufai, which they are working so hard to make sure they dragged him to their side now. You now see that Rufai, in most cases, is blabbing. Sometimes it's good. In fact, at this particular moment, now Rufai is gradually becoming all-weather journalist. It's very sad. Like I said, we might not be able to change Nigeria, but do your part. If we change it, it's a good thing. We also give ourselves the credit. But the people who capture Nigeria too plenty. Hi, God. They're plenty. They're plenty. Not be small. But meanwhile, I'm going to post out a link. In case you want to join us, before we play the video of Charlie Boy, I want my people to be with us here so that we can take this together. Charlie Boy came out to talk about his personal life and what he has been passing through. Let me prepare the link. Okay, thank you very much, my people. Please press on the like button and help us to share. I can see Madam Nena just coming in. Good evening to you, Madam. It's good to have you here. Desmond the Beans, I can see you. Madam Bella Naomi, thank you very much. And thanks for the super chat already as well. I appreciate you. God bless you. Thank you, Winnie Igbinomba. I can see you right there. Ola or Adewale. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate every one of you. I can see more people right there. Kingsley Ogeriahi and many others. Asa Bossa, I see you as well. Thank you. God bless you all. I just posted a link in case you want to join us today. Join us and let's talk about the things that's affecting you and I. Yes, let's listen to what Charlie Boy have to say here. God bless you all.
Well, it's Friday, and what better way to end the week than in the company of Nigeria's veteran entertainer and political activist, the colourful, controversial, combative, unrestrained, bold, perhaps harmlessly dotty, but hugely famous Charlie Boy, a public figure whose life has...
Okay, thank you, Mother Rita. I don't see you right there. One Love, I don't see you as well. So I will start accepting people in now. Thank you. Because I really want to listen to the introduction from Mr. Chas.
Dotty but hugely famous Charlie Boy, a public figure whose life has been nothing short of adventure and adrenaline. Over the years, Charlie Boy's maverick spirit has drawn many people in, with his critics accusing him of disruptive behavior, while to his supporters, he's a celebrated protest singer and change advocate, known fondly as Area Thada. But in the last year or so, many of his achievements and pronouncements, both in music and in politics, and that boundless energy which he used to relentlessly attack officialdom, appear to have been overshadowed by a withering bout of sickness. So how serious is this? And how much has his celebrated public life been blighted by ill health? I'll be joined from our studios in Lagos by the inimitable Charlie Boy. Also on the program, as Kim Jong-un makes a rare international visit aboard his armored train, are the leaders of Russia and North Korea about to forge a new alliance? If so, what are the implications for the West and, for that matter, Africa, where the Russian mercenary group Wagner has been making inroads in the last few months and years? Does it spell opportunity or danger? I'll be joined from London by the former British diplomat and former EU Managing Director for the Middle East and North Africa, Professor Nicholas Westcott, who until recently was the Director of the Royal African Society and is currently a Professor of Politics and International Studies at the School of African and Oriental Studies in London. Plus, we have our analyst who will give us his perspective on the news and issues of the day. I'm Charles Enyegolu, and this is Arise Prime Time. Now, let's get lost in the kaleidoscope, firebrand world of Charlie Boy, and what a controversial, colourful figure he is, with those flamboyant costumes and that rustle of satin and sequins that heralds his arrival at an event. He is, after all, known to be a great lover of publicity. But he's also an activist, campaigner, and a lifelong advocate for good governance, well known for his social media political orations. And many of his supporters speak enthusiastically about his fighting spirit, his unwavering courage, and his liberal instincts. But suddenly, in that prime, he began to suffer from serious illness. First, in the last year or so, he was struck down by a diagnosis of prostate cancer. And then came COVID. But he says he's managed to overcome both. So, having experienced immense difficulties and emerged through the flames at the other end, what is his frame of mind today? Has he lost some of the shine and sparkle and passion that he's come to be associated with? We'll hear from the self-styled president of frustrated Nigerians in a moment. But first, here's one of his more recent protest songs. This one's called Nigerian Matters. said now just tells me that you're back in shape. We will talk about your personal life and health and all that in a moment. But we're just looking at that video, Nigerian Matters, which I believe came out last year just before the elections.
Oh, come on, Charlie. Yeah.
Well, obviously, you know, I'd want to talk about that.
Actually, it's Nigerian Matter.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, it's Nigerian Matter, not Nigerian Matters.
Yeah, but you have to...
Nigerian Matter.
Yes, I concede that, but you've got to remember that we have an international audience, and you have a lot of fans outside Nigeria as well.
Okay.
So they want to be able to understand what you're doing.
They better start getting used to our lingo, Charles. Yes, they better start getting used to our lingo, Charles.
Okay.
Yeah? That's
well, let's not dwell on that too much. That song came out last year. I mean, what was your frame of mind in putting it together?
Okay, Charles, you know, I'm a baby of the early 50s. And I think during the Nigerian Civil War, I was about 18, between 18 and 20 years old. So I was a matured youth. I knew what was going on. I knew what was happening in my environment. And I must say that that war scandalized my youth, okay? And I knew all the preambles that led to the Civil War, okay? And it seems to me that in the present time, since the past 3, 4, 5 years, the same things are playing out. The obnoxious bigotry, the religious nonsense that has been going on for a long time. After the Civil War, but before I go there, the war, we lost the war to hunger. We lost the war to poverty. That is people on the Biafran side. They lost the war to hunger and poverty, not because of the bullets. And guess what, Charles? After that Civil War, no matter what you had in your bank account, whether 2 billion or 100 billion, you were only given 20 pounds to start life afresh. And I started to see some of those dynamics playing out in the present. It was before our very eyes that somebody said, we will continue with the previous government's policy, and we will continue from where they stopped. What does that mean? That we have seen Shege. We are going to see Shege Banza. That's how I interpreted it. But nothing prepared me personally for what was about to happen on February 25th. But my conclusion was the fact that I've seen it's the same playbook. I've seen the same criminals, you know, doing the same thing from the same old playbook. And then, of course, the bigotry, the tribalism was at its peak. It was horrific. There was no time before February 25th that I expected somebody from just a fresh new party that was just going to come from somewhere and win. I wasn't expecting that. And I did tell some of my few friends that I know that this thing is not going to go the way a lot of people think it was going to go. But I was not prepared for the kind of bloodletting that I saw, the kind of bigotry, the kind of tribalism. Even me, Charlie Boy, I was accused of of being a bigot, you know, me, Charlie Boy.
Right.
Yeah. So I put all of that together, and I felt that no, it's the same thing, but I was not prepared for the height of such corruption, such bloodletting, such hatred. I've never seen that before.
Yes,
so
but obviously,
I had a feeling that it wasn't going to go.
Right. But as you said, I mean, that song actually came out before the elections. So clearly that's not what influenced the song.
The song was in January, actually.
Right, just before the elections.
It was in January. Yeah, so I see things. Yeah. I've been living ahead of my...
Right. So it was a sort of predictive song then, you know, predictive in the sense that it was going
yes,
to, it was looking at it, a sense of how things were going to turn out. So what do you think Nigeria is headed now, and how do you think the political issues that you talk about can be resolved?
Well, I'm happy that I see some rise in consciousness, especially amongst the young people. I've always said that the salvation of this country lies in the hands of its exceptional youth, okay? I could see that people are, you know, young people are now getting to the bottom of things. You know, they're not going to take whatever they see on social media. I know how they've been coming at, you know, all the enemies of the people. I know how they've been going at them. And for many young people, I believe that their mumu, their ignorance, their stupidity is enough, okay? I know that the young people, I mean, these are the genes generation. I mean, they have the numbers, they have the intellect, and you can't tell me that these evil people in power, you know, can outshine, overdo these young people. I believe so much in the Nigerian exceptional youths, because they are the one that is making us proud. They are the ones. I mean, you go to the United States. Do you know that Nigeria is ranked #1 amongst the immigrant communities in America? They do so well. Our people leave the shores of this country. They excel. They make us proud. But back home, we can't seem to get our acts together. But nothing lasts forever. And I know that this oppression cannot go on in perpetuity. It can't. It can't. And I know with the young people I've met, I've interacted with, I've learned from, something is about to snap. And it will be sooner than later.
Right. Well, let's move away from the political to the personal. I mean, you've had some challenging health issues in the last year or so. Can you tell us about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for the past 4 years, I've been dealing with just prostate enlargement, okay? And each time, because, you know, this is the only house I live in, so I don't joke around with it. As far as I'm concerned, my health is my wealth. That's all I got, you know, and I need to take care of this body as much as I can, you know. So I've been going for checkup. I started to notice that there's been a change, you know, in how my body has been functioning. I started having problem with going to the bathroom, peeing. Sometimes I'll go to the bathroom, I'll be there for like 3 hours, 2 hours. I'm serious, Charles. And I'll just have little drops just coming out. And no sooner do I go back to sleep or back to bed, I want to go again. It was the fact that my bladder was always filled up. And I started to notice that I'm losing so much interest in sex. You know, it didn't mattered to me, not because I was sexually active. I mean, I sold my wild oats, you know, when I was much, much younger. That's how come I have 10 children. Those are the ones in the register. Those are the ones I've accepted. So you can imagine the ones that I have not accepted. And I have 16 grandchildren. Come on, you know. So I've had my fill. So, but you see, the good thing about being open about whatever you're going through is that you might get it in the ear of somebody who can help you. And this is how in London, because when I went to have a checkup in London, some Nigerian I spoke to directed me to a doctor who is another Nigerian, but who is a leading surgeon in that department, the keyhole surgery, they call it, you know, people having to, living with cancer, especially of the prostate. So in London, I was charged a lot of money, about £15,000 to do the same operation that I did right here in Nigeria. Because the doctor, when I met the doctor in London, he said, oh, I do come to Nigeria and I intend in helping my people there, because a lot of men are going through this problem. I'm sure you remember a video that I did. I was talking about the seasons in my life. When I say, oh, before I used to have, you know, this long braids, I no longer have them. Before I used to be a biker, you know, I started the biking club in Nigeria. Okay, I made that sport very popular. I thought that I'll be riding bikes till I'm 80, 90. Guess what? For the past 5 years, I've not been on a bike, and I stopped riding bike. I never thought it was possible. And then I said again in that video, I remember, you know, I used to, you know, like the female physique, especially big behind and, you know, reasonable front. But right now, I can't, the last thing on my mind is sex. And I can't even get my thing up. I know a lot of men called me to say, oh, that's not good, you know, what you said. I said, well, I'm just sharing what I'm going through. And I think my openness about what I'm going through is helping a lot of men out there.
Right.
Because my people have a saying
right
in my village.
Yeah, go on, finish your saying.
That when you hide your sickness, the sickness will hide you. People tend to think, a lot of men that I've spoken to would rather live with their prostate cancer than to think that the doctor, because a lot of people have that, that impression that after you have an operation, that you can never use your manhood again, that it will never work. And they rather die than not have their manhood work. And I think that is kind of silly.
Well, I mean, I have to say, listening to you, although in your classic style, a lot of your description was peppered with humor, but I'm listening to you, I'm very sorry for what you've been going through. But are you in the clear now as far as prostate cancer is concerned?
Yes, I'm in the clear. We had a successful operation that I had to go for Thanksgiving. Charles, can you imagine? Yes, I did my Thanksgiving right here in Lagos. And right now, well, it is as if my manhood has developed a mind of its own. It does what it wants whenever it wants, not when I want, or whenever it wants. So that's okay. But because I'm no longer sexually active as I used to be, for me, it's okay. You know, I could live with that.
Okay, thank you very much, my people. I think we need to move on. Let me take on this article, then we start talking. Although I'm going to ask questions later on, despite that all that we've presented. So the one that you know you have interest to contribute to, that's fine. But on this particular situation that Charlie Boy is passing through or just passed through. If you have knowledge of it, to educate people about it, so it will be nice you comment on that when it gets to your turn. But meanwhile, let's quickly take on this article right here because Mr. Peter Obi don't talk say if we're not that careful, Nigerian democracy is about to die. You know, so I'd like us to quickly take this. One moment, my people. Let me put this on screen so that we can take this together. Okay, that is our principal right there. There's so many adverts on here trying to. Okay, you can see. Oh God, there's so many adverts. I'm sorry, guys. Let me use one hand to sort all this thing out. Okay, Obi, Nigeria swinging away from boundaries of true democracy. Okay, Peter Obi, presidential candidate of Labour Party LP in the 25th February election, says Nigeria is swinging away from the boundaries of democracy. In a post on his official X page, formerly known as Twitter, on Friday to commemorate International Democracy Day, Obi called on Nigerians to remain committed to building and reinforcing the democracy of our nation. Unquote. As we witness in the country today, the mindless erosion of the very ideals and tenets on which Nigerian democracy was built, if not checked, will only push the nation deeper into lawlessness, Obi said. He continued, the current trend of endemic corruption, abuse of constitution, disrespect for the rule of law, and transactional politics, which cut across the executive, legislative, and judicial arms of government, have continued to conflict with our nation's enforcement of democracy. He went on, consequently, our dear nation has continued to swing dangerously away from the boundaries of true democracy. And the yes, democracy, they come out from each side for almost everything. Then it went on, unquote. Gradually, we are losing one of the biggest intangible assets that makes a nation strong, which is respect for the rule of law. I call on all Nigerians to remain committed to building and reinforcing our nation's democracy. Obi, who came third in the presidential election, said he remains committed to a new and truly democratic Nigeria. Then he went on, once again, I reinstate my commitment to a new and truly democratic Nigeria. I am in the struggle solely for the betterment of our society, he said. He went on, my vision of a new and truly democratic Nigeria is born out of the deep conviction that Nigeria, if given good leadership as I offer to give, will be beneficial to every Nigerian. He went on by saying, we must not give up on our nation because a new and truly democratic Nigeria is possible. Obi and his party had gone to the tribunal to challenge electoral victory of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was the candidate of All Progressive Congress APC in the election. I don't want to read more on that. Let me look if we still have more quotes. There's no more quotes, so I'm done. I'm not interested on that Bala Blue. How they arrange everything by themselves. Okay, in terms of our Supreme Court's case, which we will start. One moment, my people. Let me put this on screen. Bear with me. Press on the like button, my people. Press on the like button, as I will post the link again in case you want to join us. But meanwhile, let me take this one quickly. As a Wednesday, okay, let's take. Let me bring this on screen. Okay, there you go. Peter Obi to file appeal at Supreme Court on Tuesday. Okay, let's quickly take this with all this advert trying to disturb me here. I'm doing my best. The spokesperson of Peter Obi Dati Presidential Campaign Council, Yunusa Tanko, has revealed that Peter Obi's legal team may file an appeal at the Supreme Court on Tuesday. Obi is also said to have no plan of changing members of his legal team. Tanko and the National Legal Advisor of LP, Kehinde Edun, revealed this to reporters. Unquote. I just confirmed that we have not filed the appeal. That will be done between now and Tuesday. We are also not seeking to engage or tweak our team of lawyers, Tanko said. Edun said, unquote, we have not filed the appeal yet because we are still within the time frame. It will be done any moment from now. Our legal team is still intact. They are some of our best hands. There is no reason to change them since we do not doubt their capabilities. Daily Post report that Peter Obi petition challenging the victory of Bola Tinubu at the 2023 presidential election was struck out by the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Abuja. The LP presidential candidate has since vowed to challenge the tribunal judgment at the Apex Court. All right, my people, I'm not sure. Do I still have another one? Okay, I think we are done. Okay, the CJN to constitute. Okay, let's take this one. Okay, I have the last one right here. This one here. Okay, let me quickly put this one here for you. Is the last article that we have for you. Thank you very much, my people. God bless you all for your patience with us. Please press on the like button and let's do this. Okay, I'm almost there. Make no worry, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm just trying to remove. Oh, because this one and punch, them with adverts. Just forget. It's too much. For meanwhile, let me also stop this arise that is strolling beneath my broadcast. Okay, my screen. All right. Okay, there you go. Let me quickly take this. This is the last one. Okay, we're going to start talking right now. Tribunal judgment. CJN constitute Supreme Court panel next week as PDP LP file appeal on Tuesday. Okay, let's quickly take this. Oh God, so many adverts. Oh God. All right. Barring any last-minute change in plan, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, will constitute the Supreme Court panel that will hear the appeal arising from the judgment of the Presidential Election Petition Court latest on Wednesday. The PEPC had on Wednesday, September 6, 2023, delivered a 12-hour judgment on the appeals arising from the February 25th, 2023 presidential election, upholding the election of President Bola Tinubu of All Progressive Congress. The presidential candidate of the People Democratic Party and the Labour Party, Atiku Abubakar, and Mr. Peter Obi, respectively rejected the court judgment, vowing to approach the Supreme Court. They had 14 days from the day the judgment was delivered to file their appeal at the Apex Courts. Okay, they went on by saying that 14 days timeline ends on Wednesday, while their legal team are working hard to beat the deadline. An investigation by Saturday Punch at the Supreme Court on Friday revealed that Ariwola had yet to constitute the panel of the Apex Courts that will hear the appeals. Further investigation, however, further revealed that the CJN will constitute the panel latest on Wednesday, when the timeline for the filing of the appeals will end. So they went on. Multiple sources at the Apex Court also said the identities of the justices that may be named members of the panel will still unknown. One of the sources at the court said, unquote, there is no information about the panel or the justices that would make up the panel for now. What we know is that members of the panel may be named this week, latest by Wednesday. Saturday Punch also learned on Friday that Obi's legal team may file an appeal on Tuesday. Our correspondent further gathered that the presidential candidate is not planning to change members of his legal team. The spokesperson, we don't talk this one just now. They just wanted to add that there, which is okay. Okay, yeah, I think we're done. We are done with this. I don't want to repeat myself with the previous article that I read to you. So I think that is it for now. So it's better we start talking right now. I appreciate every one of you, my people, for your patience with us. Now God bless you now. So Wednesday now, everybody looking forward to Wednesday and see how it will go. But meanwhile, let me call on the first person that we have on the panel. I'll post out a link once Madarita start talking. It's Madarita, for the past three consecutive time now you the carry first. I don't know. Before times now. It's where you come from your holiday. I mean, not understand though. Eh? Good evening to you, madam. I better talk
This
to
is
her.
good afternoon, Mr. Elvis. Good afternoon, everybody in the panel and the comment section, and everyone watching from home. This is a crunch time. There's no time to play. No
Exactly.
time to
Exactly.
play, man. I just have to follow up. Even in the holiday, I'm still thinking about Nigeria because that's my home. It's my home. The home is in the heart. You cannot take it away. No matter where you are, you can't just take
You
Nigeria
have
away from
always
your heart as
demonstrated
a
that.
Nigerian.
You have always done that.
Anyways, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis, for giving me this opportunity, to come out and speak. And
Thank you.
I just want to say, God bless you, sir. God bless you and your family.
Amen.
I'm going to start with Mr. Charlie Boy, Charles Oputa.
Yes.
Sir, he's a great guy. It is very easy to be kind. That's what I tell people. And it is very easy to identify somebody who is kind. It's very easy to be kind. He has been kind to my generation, even to the future. He has been kind even to his own generation. I mean, he's in his 70s, crying out loud. He has been taking very good care of himself. He's like an open book. The entire world has seen, over the years how he has been, entertaining us, educating us, inspiring us. So, him coming out to talk about his health challenges, it's not surprising because somebody who is an open book is an open book. And, he's just being emphatical about this is what is happening. Um, because it's coming from a generation, and I think that's why he made that quote. He said, he's coming from a generation where everything is usually kept hush, hush, hush. And this hush, hush, hush is what has landed us today where we are. We hush, hush, hush within the family. We hush, hush, hush in our economic system. We hush, hush, hush when we have Professor of Rice and Beans come out and we say, okay, because he has white hair, we hush, hush, hush. We don't want to say it as it is because let the devil be ashamed. And I'm very happy he's speaking about it. What I could just gather is I don't know wherever anybody is. I don't know how your medical system works in the US or even in Europe, but I know in Canada, I think when you reach a certain age, African men typically don't even go to hospital. They don't like going to hospital. I'm saying that because I'm living it. To go even a headache, they don't like, even if it's free, they don't like going to hospital. I don't know why. I'm still trying to understand why Nigerian men, let me not say African, Nigerian men do not like going to hospital. Whether it's some sort of fear of the unknown or I just don't know. And Nigerian men don't take holiday too. Please, we should
I,
start changing that.
I think it
Um,
applies to a lot of blacks too, Rita. That's true.
I don't want to say black. You know why? I'm a Nigerian. I can't speak on behalf of a Ghanaian man or an African American. I'm speaking because I'm a Nigerian. So that's why I'm streamlining to. I just want to be fair to say Nigerian men
No,
because I've had more experiences with Nigerian men.
based on my experience and the research here. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, maybe that's your experience, but this is my
Yeah.
experience with Nigerian men so far. To take holiday, it's difficult. And they just don't like going to the hospital. Anyway, going forward, um, please, where I am, the government, as when you get to a certain age, they send you a letter to, okay, check, you are due for, if you're a guy, your prostate, your colonoscopy, checking your colon for little pellets of, colon cancer and all that, including women, ovarian cancer, go and do a pap smear or mammogram, even mammograms for men too. A lot of men pass on with breast cancer too, So, I'm happy he's speaking out and I'm happy he's talking about, these are his experiences. Perhaps he can inspire other people to say, other men to like feel like, okay, I'm also experiencing this. Even if you have a gallbladder infection, it probably different from having, issues with your prostate, but at least go and check it up. He just gave a site example, difficult to pee, difficult, for erection and, and so many other things. Everybody knows their body. I believe everybody knows their body. And really, he said, my health is my wealth. And that's true. My health is my wealth. And I'm happy he said this quote. He said,
And
when
Rita,
you
sorry, I have
go
to
ahead.
come down the quote. Now you want to talk just now. You continue from that quote.
All right.
But what I want you to address as well, if you can, what is the cause of this prostate cancer? And do you also think that women are part of the reason why men are facing it? Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Your second question was funny. How is it that a woman who is an external entity on her own would cause a man to have prostate? I think I know why you asked that question. Okay, what is the cause of prostate cancer? It's like asking me what is the cause of cancer. Everybody has, this is my own little understanding. I'm not a medical doctor, but I like to read a lot and just to learn. And I just want to say that everybody has these cancer cells in their body, right? That's my understanding. Anybody who is a medical expert there can correct me, but this is what I have read and my understanding. Everybody has these cancer cells in our body, right? And it just takes certain things to trigger it, and then the growth starts. And what are those things that could trigger it? Hereditary. I would say hereditary for me is half and half. The second one will be our environment, the things that we inhale. The third one will be the food that we eat. A lot of these foods are covered with GMO, genetically modified foods, environment, and sometimes aging too. Aging too is part of the process. Different things, different kinds of things come with age. Those people who never had any illness, thank God for them. They're blessed, but there are so many causes of this word cancer. Now, if you want to streamline it down to, because the topic is prostate cancer, I cannot emphatically tell you that I can say the cause of regards the prostate itself. I don't want to. I cannot say it's too much sexual activity. I cannot say it's maybe they're using some kind of carcinogenous cream. When I mean carcinogenous, creams and things that have compounds of cancer ingredients in our creams, maybe the house that you live, the spray that we use, the deodorants that we use, so many things, even the soap we use to wash our clothes, so many things can cause so many things. The world is evolving and we want to make life easier day by day, and different things have been created just to make our life easier. Even the telephone that we hold, many of you who hold your phones, forgetting that there are so many what they call them, I'll find the word now. Many of guys, I've noticed guys, they put the phone in between their legs close to their prostate. It is wrong. Whether you're a man or a woman, you shouldn't even do that. Even women putting their phones on their chest or in their on their stomach, those things have adverse effects. It just depends on you as a person. Our body different responds to different diseases. Some people who smoke all their life, they didn't die of lung cancer. But people who are secondhand smokers, that's those people who are inhaling this smoke, you find out that they passed on because of, and you wonder like they've never smoked in their life. So everybody, we have these cancer cells. It's just things that trigger it. Lifestyle, environment, food that we eat, this so-called 5G network, or this phone that we put on our body. Stop putting your phone in between your legs. Guys do it, especially when they're driving. That's what I have noticed. Any guy I see, whether you're related to me or not, or a stranger, I tell them, take it off. Anybody you see, don't put your phone in between your legs. If you are a guy, especially, stop doing it. Even putting your phone beside your bedside, it is wrong. Don't put your phone even close to a baby or a child. If you're going to bed, put it in another room. Whoever calls you the next day, you will respond to their messages. Don't do it. So there's a lot of factors that cause it. And your second question about if it's the cause of a woman, I'm going to assume that it's because of when a man copulates with a woman. So so the assumption, I'm assuming, that's why you ask if the females are the cause. I'm assuming, that's why I'm saying what I'm about to say now. That because when there's a copulation between a man and a woman, the exchange of fluids, some sort of, if the woman has this HPV, there's something they call HPV virus, human papilloma virus in women. That's why over here, girls,
that predisposes you to cervical cancer.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And that's why over here we have girls as young as 14 years old. They tell them you got to check for your HPV. So these things, I'm assuming that's why Mr. Elvis asked that question, because of when men and women copulate, okay, maybe the virus sort of goes in, the man gets the virus and then that transcends to prostate cancer. I don't think so. I don't think it's scientifically proven. But aside that, I don't believe that, a woman has some sort of connection to a man having a prostate cancer. Just like saying, does a man has a cause of a woman having, breast cancer, or yeah, it's just, I can't answer that question. Right. So that's just about it with Charlie. But like I said, his quote, he said, when you hide your sickness, the sickness hides you. So it's still talking about speaking out. There's no shame. I don't know. For me, if something is wrong with me, I mean, I'll say this is what's happening to me. I'll research it and I'll tell people, and maybe people have, solutions based on their experience, or, whatever information you need to gather information. It's not because like you shouldn't be ashamed or afraid that people will laugh at what you're going through, because there's no sane human being that will laugh at somebody being ill. It's not. Even this Agbado issue we talk about, his mental capacity. We always say that he should go to seniors home, or you get help. We never even laughed about it. We didn't. I didn't. But see, he's not fit. And because you are old, these things are coming. You are not fit to govern or to take care of Nigeria. To take care of yourself, man. That's why I said, Remy, take your husband inside house. Shay, take your father inside. Don't allow people to mock your father because of his desperation for power. So it is what it is. We need to start speaking up. There's no shame. Whatever it is that's happening with you health-wise, speak out, seek for help. Don't hide. This is not our father's generation. There's a lot of solutions and help out there. Naturopathic medicine. There's a lot of resources out there. And I want to say something too, finally, about this prostate issue. I know I was watching some video from a few months ago. There's a hospital in Port Harcourt, and there's this doctor from the United States. I don't know if it's in the US or England or some. I know it's from somewhere abroad. And then he was talking about laparoscopic study where they don't have to be invasive the way they used to do before. When they want to take out we don't want to take out maybe some cancer cells and all that. Sometimes maybe before going to radiation or chemotherapy, which is very poisonous, they can do some laparoscopic surgery, to at least help the man. I will try and look for that video. It's a hospital in Port Harcourt where this guy comes and he helps, and he's actually teaching people, even in Lagos. I think it's Lagos, not Port Harcourt. He was even teaching some doctors on how to perform laparoscopic surgery. It's a surgery that, when I mean not invasive, they don't have to cut you open like how they cut a lot of people have scars with appendix. It's just a tiny hole, like a tiny hole that they put, and they have a camera, and the doctor performs that. They have those services. I know it's very expensive in Nigeria. If to pay for health in Nigeria is very expensive. Charlie Boy is an influencer. He has the money. Thank God for his life. He worked for his money. Without his father's influence, he worked for his money. So he's able to even pay that £15,000. Not a lot of people have money to even pay $100, not to talk of £15,000, pounds sterling. So I thank God for his life. I really thank God for his life. And then please, your health is your wealth. Your money cannot buy your health, but just take care of yourself. Nigerian men, please. In fact, all men. I'm saying because the Nigerian men are stubborn when it comes to their health. They just feel like it's just a headache. Oh, it's just one small pain. Oh, if you're peeing a red color, look at your pee as a guy, check all those things. If you have any pain, or if you have funny erection, so many other issues. It's not shame. I'm speaking like this because I know what it is. I mean, when it comes to health, there's no shame for me. I will say it because it's part of life. We are human beings, so there's no shame in talking about your body, talking about what you're going through. You need to talk about it so people can help, if they can render help, or encourage you, and give you so many solutions out there. And I'm sure he's going through some sort of naturopathic medicine too, because I know it's someone like Charlie Boy. He wants all the resources. Naturopathic means like natural herbs. They have naturopathic doctors who are specialized in natural medicine. We have them here. It's not just a black Oyibo. They have naturopathic medicine. There's so much resources out there. So please take care of yourself, people. Our men, please, we don't want you to die. We need you guys. The strength of a man is incomparable. I mean, God made you men special, and every man is not a mistake. Every man is not a mistake. There's a purpose, and we need to keep you alive as long as we need to. So please, you need to take care of yourself. Money is not everything. If you're a rich man, go on holiday. Sometimes stress also triggers this, cancer cells to start building up elsewhere. Stress. Just stress. You might not be a smoker. You might be eating healthy. You're exercising and doing stress. Stress can just build up all sort of things: high blood pressure, diabetes, cancer. Stress. Take it or leave it. So please take care of yourself. And then God bless every man here. And I pray that, none of us and none of our men, and this is my prayer for all the men, none of you would go through any affliction of cancer or any other form of terminal illness. In fact, any other illness, that you have to struggle, and you don't have the resources. I pray that none of these kinds of sickness would come around you. Please, men, take care of yourself in the mighty name of Yeshua.
A big
Now,
amen.
going back.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's my own knowledge. I know my sister, Madam Nena, who's is in the medical field, and maybe some other men too. They might know more than me, but it's a very long topic. It's something we need to talk about on another day. Health. Going back to the topic about Nigeria. About Mr. Is it Jimmy or Jimmy? The guy with the Bambi ears, the one that's a spokesman for BAT. Ajuri, Mr. Ajuri, and I call him AKA another Lai Mohammed protege. I've said it before. This administration is just shrouded in seeking legitimacy. It's like they all look confused. They don't know what to do. They don't know what the modus operandi of their offices or their position is. Everything just a yes sir, yes sir. Everybody's working on eggshells. It's this administration that's seeking legitimacy at every point in time. And this is one of the goofs that they've goofed, because they're seeking legitimacy. Like BAT is doing something. Okay, BAT has brought Dubai now. We can now have access to Dubai freely. They cannot be flying into Nigeria and out of Nigeria. You're looking for that so that people will love you, like, oh, you're doing something. That's the legitimacy that we are saying. It's like you are forcing it down people's throat. You can't govern a country like that, for crying out loud. It's so because you are fraudulent, because you were selected, and because the people didn't want you, you are now forcing yourself on the people. So that's why you are goofing around, messing up everything, making very rascal decisions without even finding solutions. So this is where we are. So many more are coming. Photo ops. Just like Daniel Boala said, forget about all these legitimate actions you are taking. Photo ops and line that you have gotten this contract for Nigeria or business. For crying out loud, focus on your country. We're sick and tired of it. And another thing, why is that every media house? I don't know if it's me, but I've noticed that anybody who comes in the mainstream media in Nigeria, whether it's Arise or any other TV, they are so careful. It's as if maybe their bosses have shoved it down their medulla oblongata, their brain, that you must use the word president. But I don't know. They have to add the word president. I don't know if it's me or Mr. Elvis. It's like if they don't add it, like, he didn't say, he just called him Bola Ahmed Tinubu. They must add president or the president.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
That's what they don't say the word president. It's a big deal, because I know they attack Rufai in the beginning. It's a big deal until the Supreme Court, finalizes this issue. Then that tension of like, okay, but you can never be my president. It's just the drug baron at Bordelon Avenue. That's just it for me. And there's this hazy information. When it comes to BAT, what is really going on? I think I know what's going on, but I think every other person knows too. There's a haze in information from CSU, Chicago State University. There's a haze in Dubai affirming that there's no, hazy information, like it's cloudy, it's not clear, it's not confirmed. CSU is not confirming. They're not using, this CBC in America is, one of these mainstream media to say, okay, he went to the school. Now coming to Dubai, the Dubai mainstream media are not saying it, but somebody lurking behind, the Dubai authorities saying, oh, I want to be anonymous, but there's nothing like, Nigeria is a freeway now, to Dubai or vice versa. Even the courts, everything is hazy. Everything is hazy. Everything is like, is shrouded in some sort of secrecy. Everybody's afraid to talk. Nobody wants. It's like everybody's walking on eggshells. You're walking on pins and needles. You're careful to step. Why? I don't know. It's just laughable. It's annoying. It's comical. When I say it's laughable, it's like they're not even behaving like adults, like little children, just because of some favor. I don't know. Obi made that comment coming to my president, Peter the Rock Obi. He said, listen, from that caption, as for me, Nigeria has swung away from democracy from the day Justice Arirola swore in the INEC select as president of Nigeria. It's not like we are swinging away from true democracy. We have, the moment he was sworn in, according to my vice president, Ahmed Dati, he said, if you swear in this man, just know that you have murdered democracy in Nigeria. And it's true. It's not that we are swinging away. We have swung away. And Obi's comments about, the last comment you made about what Peter Obi was talking about democracy, and you know what I think holistically, I think that Peter Obi is sending a message to everyone. He's sending a message to the opposition. He's sending a message to the judges, especially the judges. He's sending a message to his followers. They're hitting. This is just like what's the name of that movie? It's like they're hitting codes. That's what I see behind every comment he's making so far these days, especially this one. There's so many codes behind what he's saying, and anybody who is smart can decode out what's this guy trying to say. This is what some of the things that I picked out. I'm just going to mention a few. He's trying to make everybody understand, including the judges, that Nigeria is a big country. Nigeria is bigger than your pocket, the corn that you are getting. Nigeria is so big that after you are gone, Nigeria will still stand. And whatever it is that you have stood for, Nigeria would not forget it. Nigeria is a big country. And another thing he said respect for the country. He's trying to tell them, you need to respect this country that's bigger than you, that's bigger than Bola Ahmed Tinubu, bigger than the money he's giving you, bigger than the threats, allegedly, that they are threatening you or your family, bigger than it. That's what he's saying. He's also saying that, another thing he said, he's trying to use the word like, when he became repetitive, saying the word democracy, he's trying to send a message like, if we are saying we want to practice democracy, as it is, just like the United States of America, are you really practicing it? He's speaking to their conscience. And he kept using the word democracy. I know what Peter Obi is trying. He's trying to tell every Nigerian, if they're not practicing what they say is written in the Constitution, then what are we doing? Be careful. He's trying to tell the judges, be careful. This is democracy. We have to respect the country. Other people will respect our democratic process. Nigeria is bigger than your personal aggrandizement. And then another thing, he made his intentions. Peter Obi made his intentions and say, I am here not because of my pocket. I am contented. I am here because I love this country. I am here because I believe I can take this country to where it ought to be at this moment. I am here because I am willing to sacrifice myself, my family, to serve Nigeria. I am here because I love my country, Nigeria. I am here because I'm not feeling like I'm the smartest person or I know it all, but I have sacrificed by putting myself out there. I think they have even searched his lineage and his parents and everything about him, even if they lied, there's nothing on him. They got nothing on Peter the Rock Obi. For someone to come like that, he has sacrificed everything that he's got personally, sacrificed his time with his family to come to serve Nigeria, and he's a work in progress. He has just said it. That was his intentions. And the last part, that from what Mr. Najawa was reading, he's encouraging us as well. He had encouraging words to say, I urge everyone, to keep standing, keep speaking, keep supporting this democracy that we believe in, and keep believing in Nigeria. What a leader. What a leader. God bless him. I'm not going to talk about Arirola, whether he brings his son, who they put as a judge, or as one of the Supreme Court, or their girlfriend, because according to one video I read, they put their girlfriends or the child of their friends, or whoever is selecting among the Chief Justice. I don't even know who the Chief Justice are. Maybe I have to go and look it up. Maybe we need to put out all the Chief Justice Nigeria had now, not the retired one, the present one, and let's see, look at their history, and we'll probably guess by Wednesday the one Arirola we pick based on our research. So that's what I have to say. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis and everyone. And please, guys, please take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. God bless you.
Thank you, Mother Rita, for your submission and for your advice for the men. Make we look after ourselves. So I beg, let's say I want to go holiday safe, because Thank you, Madam Rita, for that wonderful advice. In fact, for reminding us to look after ourselves, because men bring. Now with the year, not be everybody they remind us say now you they spend, they look after yourself. Sometimes when we hear this, it's very very
That's
helpful.
why our women need to take care of us now. Not be say now we go take care of us. We they take care of them.
You
Let
see
themselves take
yourself,
care of us.
everything is woman.
Yeah,
Mr. Elvis, is it women that cause prostrate now? Women have to. Who is taking care of the women?
Not be
We go
we they
take
take
care of
off
now.
now.
We go take care of now. Give our credit card, our debit card, our bank account, check account, everything.
Exactly.
Mona
I
say
will
take care
don't
of us
suffer.
Why
now.
did God create man first? God
You
created
say
man to water the ground for us, so we can step on the flowers.
you say we stubborn, but now go collect our credit card. We go do
But you're
everything.
forgetting something too. The women actually bear the children. They carry the children from 9 months. They vomit. They add weight. They
Who
go
put
out
the
of
children
shape.
for there?
They go
Who put
through
the
a whole
children
lot
for there?
for the men, and they also have to perform wife duties, family duties, in-law duties. I won't allow you to talk, because no, there's nothing you can say right now,
Who
because
put the
women.
children for
Now only
there?
when they carry the children, when the woman get pregnant, the husband
I
is
don't
pregnant.
understand.
What are you
Now
talking?
only when they carry the children.
Wait. Okay, Mr. Najawad, let me not just stop, because if I start talking today, when it concerns women,
When
somebody
una
Abeg,
saying
when
if
una
it's
get
only men
belle,
that carry the
the man
children,
you
please
don't
don't
already.
go
when
there.
una
Oh.
say when una get belle, the man say don't get belle.
Ejo,
The
no,
day
just
we
go
start,
there. Give us our mandate,
we
my
don't start.
Yoruba brother. No, don't go there, beg. I appreciate men. I'm not saying I love men. I
No,
appreciate our Nigerian
the for your
men.
talk
They
and
are
finish.
hardworking, but take care of
Exactly.
yourself. Please
I'm
leave women out. Take care of yourself. When you take care of yourself, we can be assisting to
Madam
take care of
Rita,
you.
what if Madam Rita, if I say our women, please make una take care of our men. Oh,
Okay, let me say, our women, please do the best you can. Where your hand reach, take care of our men too.
You
Take
take
care
care
of
of
your
yourself.
brothers,
You
your
not say make
fathers,
them
and
look
your spouses.
after us.
Are you happy now? Are you happy?
Thank you
Now,
very much.
now you talk and please also add to it. Please, our women demand less from our men. Oh.
Who are we demanding for? It's for our children. Anything we are demanding for is extends to our children. Your
No,
children.
Mr. Elvis, they can even they can demand as much as God they provide. They can demand,
You
but
are a
give us the men.
man. Give us our mandate. Oh, yeah. Oh,
You see,
carry
and this
go.
one that Rita like. You see, this one. Oh, yeah. Eh? Anyway, let's hear from someone else, and maybe we might have a different view on this. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you. Oh, I have my brother with me. One love. One love. Thanks for your patience. Please talk to us. What's your take with all this?
Mr. Heavis, good afternoon, and to everyone in the panel.
Good
To
evening.
those in the comment section, I appreciate your time. Yeah, I've been trying to listen to you guys, just looking at so many videos that you've posted and the talk. I guess I must have missed some point, but I think I tried to just jot down some of the main idea from your presentation today. But I
Okay.
just want to start with Charlie Boy. Um, it's really sad that he's going through that, and he said for the past 4 years he's been, battling um, this medical problem. But correct me if I'm wrong, though. He said he has benign prostatic hyperplasia, not prostate cancer, right?
He actually said prostate cancer. I mean, that's what Mr. Charles,
Yes,
the
he
moderator
said
said. It's prostate cancer.
Okay. I just wanna get this straight because BPH is quite different from prostate cancer, and even BPH does not predispose you to prostate cancer. Although a lot of people believe if you have BPH, you definitely get prostate cancer. That is not true. There is no evidence for that. But it's really sad that um, a guy like him who has fought so hard for Nigeria just for us to have a better country is going through this at the age of 70, I believe. But again, for me, I'm not too surprised because BPH and sometimes prostate cancer does tends to correlate with age. The more we get older as men, especially black men, African American, Nigerian men, Somalian men, however you want to categorize it, we tend to have more. I guess I would say we are more at risk for benign prostatic hyperplasia than other races and even white. And this is just based on so many researches that have been done here in the US and in all over the world, even in the UK. I think the guy who actually, if I'm not mistaken, the guy who actually saw him in Lagos, is a doctor who has been going to Lagos back and forth for a couple of years now to try to educate men in Africa regarding the issues of prostate enlargement and prostate cancer. And I think the last time I listened to him, unfortunately, Nigerian men tends to have a very large prostate. For some reason, um, I really don't know, but I read a lot into this, and just based on my research and also based on what he has done in the past, prostate enlargement tends to correlate with diet, with what we eat, especially high carbohydrate diet. And unfortunately, we tend to eat a lot of refined carbohydrates in that part of the world. People eating things like fufu, people eating things like refined, I don't know, sugar and refined stuff that they get from the farm. But these are just the mainstay of our diet in that part of the world. And, carbohydrates is very, very huge in predisposing us to cancer, unfortunately, I have to say. This is not me, this is just based on researches that have been done. So Rita was right when she said when you are on a certain diet or when you don't watch your diet, you can actually get any form of cancer. Although we might not say that's what causes it, but it's associated with it because unfortunately causation is difficult for us to prove. But when you are on a high carbohydrate diet, you are prone to getting some form of, cell enlargement, cell changes that can get you up to that stage of, any form of cancer. So my advice is for us guys to watch what we eat. I know a lot of us like to drink beer. Unfortunately, beer is packed with sugar and it doesn't give you any form of nutrient. A lot of us likes to drink anything that has to do with sugar, juice, and all of these things. These are not really, really terrible, but when you have it too much, that's when you start having issues. So most people even prescribe ketogenic diet for patients who have cancer to try to help them reduce things like some symptoms that are associated with chemotherapy and their treatment because ketogenic diet is very low in sugar. And what happened is that cancer cells feed on sugar. That's the only way they survive. So when you have cancer, they don't know how to carry out any form of metabolism. The only metabolism they carry out is glycogenesis, which is pretty much just you give them small sugar, they use that, and they pretty much use it to produce a little bit of energy, not as much as we get as human beings that we can breathe in and out. They don't do well with oxygen. They can live down there and survive. So if you want to keep feeding the cancer cells, you just keep giving them sugar, they will keep progressing. So that's why after some time with age, when we keep eating this food for many years, you see that we are prone to, especially Nigerian men, we are prone to this form of prostate enlargement. Now, are you going to rule out genetics? Absolutely not. When you have any form of family history, you can be prone to things like this. You know. Now there are cells in the body. Rita was trying to say something about cancer cells. Well, we all have some form of cancer cells in our body. I'll probably say partly true, but the major thing is we all have every one of us have what we call the tumor suppressor gene. That is the one we call the guardian of the genome, the one that makes sure we don't get cancer. It's just like a gatekeeper. Every time your cell divide, the guy is there to make sure the cell divide right, to make sure nothing bad goes on. But what happens with time because of mutation, that guy that is a gatekeeper can go bad itself. So when that guy goes bad, who's going to keep the gate? There's nobody there. So what happened is everything is just going to keep flowing and flowing and flowing, and the cells keep multiplying and multiplying. They go out of hand. You're prone to cancer and any form of abnormal cell growth. So this is basically what happens. You can get it from, yes, of course, she was right. You can get it from stress. If you're stressed out, you're not taking care of yourself, your body gets out of shape. You get out of hand, and your immune system got weakened because whether you like it or not, your immune system is based on a robot robust health system. If you're stressed out, your immune system is going to be out of shape. Your cells can be prone to, abnormal cell division. You can have so many issues that go on, and you can be prone to so many things that leads to cancer. So definitely take care of yourself, guys. Stress can lead to stuff like this. But a major big factor when it comes to prostate enlargement is diet. Now, what happens with men when we are born? If a baby boy is born today, you have some form of estrogen. Estrogen is just an hormone. You have some form of testosterone that is produced. That's what differentiates us between guys and ladies. Guys have a lot of testosterone. They don't have a whole lot than we do. But with age, testosterone tends to decrease. But the issue is estrogen remains intact. So estrogen to testosterone ratio increases, and estrogen is what makes things grow. If you want to fact check me on this, you can look it up. High estrogen level predisposes women to uterine cancer and uterine enlargement and anything that has to do with abnormal growth. Estrogen makes things grow. So when we age, testosterone decreases, estrogen increases, and we are prone to getting things like prostate enlargement. That is why I'm not surprised that Charlie Boy, who is in his 70s, is having prostate enlargement. Probably at the end of the day, unfortunately, he got prostate cancer. He probably might have gone through chemotherapy, so many other treatments, and other things that might have happened in the hospital. But I'm sorry to hear that. That's just what happened, guys. I like the fact that Rita actually hammered on the issue that we Nigerian men needs to check out ourselves. I know sometimes things might happen. Let's not try to rule on emotion and religion and cultural factors. Again, I'm not trying to rule out anybody's belief. Maybe when something health-wise happens to anybody, they'll be like, "Oh, now my papa for village, or now my mama for village, or now this person where I don't give money now cause am." Let that be the last thing that comes to our mind, because we've advanced so much in science that these things just happen to our people every day. It bothers me. I mean, it bugs my heart every day when I see simple things that just by people in Nigeria. These are just lack of knowledge, and these things happen in Nigeria. It happens here in the West too. It happens every time, but we don't know about it. And unfortunately, we don't seek care. If you don't go out there and seek a doctor, a healthcare provider, how are you going to know what is going on with you? That is why I like what Charlie Boy did. If you don't talk about it, you will keep it and you buy in silence. Pretty much that's what happens. But I'm glad that he's out there, able to educate other Nigerian men, probably in their 60s, in their 50s. Normally here in the States, if you're just up there in the 50s and above, they start, doctors start advising you to go out there and screen for this benign prostatic hyperplasia, or probably screen for prostate cancer. There's what we call a PSA. That's basically what they use as a first go test for screening for any form of prostate enlargement or prostate cancer. Although it's not highly specific, it is sensitive. But again, they have to do other tests like digital rectal exam. They have to do like a multiparametric MRI and all of that stuff to combine all of these examination together to see if you actually truly have prostate cancer. So these are something that we should be doing as men, and I have to lend my voice out there. I'm sorry I'm using your platform, Mr. Elvis. I know this is not something that you actually wanted this platform to be used for, but I'm actually using it just to let people know that please go and see your doctor. Though some people might not believe in Western medicine, probably because of their experience with our system, because we don't have a very solid or robust healthcare system, just because of our government and everything that we are on here trying to fight for a better country. People probably might have lost hope or trust in the system, but you still have to go out there, just listen and see what the doctor tells you. You can always compare it out there with, maybe another source, or maybe go see another doctor and see what this person is talking about. But you have to find out what is wrong with you. Don't stay in silence, because if you do, you'll probably die in silence as well. Although we have a lot of things that have been done in the past to try to probably I would say researches that have been done in the past to try to evaluate if you can get cancer from non-ionizing radiation, things like radio frequency in our telephone. But unfortunately, there has never been any conclusive evidence regarding you getting cancer from your phone. I have to say, I'm sorry, Sister Rita, I have to disagree with you on that one. But other than that, you can get cancer from just over exposure to the sun as well, because these things can disturb our DNA, and this can actually lead to abnormal cell growth. But I'm sorry, Mr. Charlie Boy, this is what you're going through. I hope you feel better. But this is just for every other Nigerian man out there. Please, please, please take your health serious. Health is wealth. You can get all the money in the world. If you're not feeling okay, if you're sick, it's not going to go anywhere for you. That's just kind of what I have to say on that. I don't want to dwell too much on this health topic. If we want to continue talking about it and just pulling up more researches and so many trials that have been done, we can keep talking about it in another channel. But I would love to give other people more time to talk about what they have to talk about. Just quick, going back to the media, Mr. Niger Watch, just know that we don't have media in Nigeria. I come here because you are the only one that I trust. You see that those guys just invite people to the channel and interview them. They don't actually go out there and report from the field. Now they're waiting for CNN to actually say something, or they're waiting for BBC to actually say something before they actually have the mind and the guts to actually go out there and talk about Tinubu and other guys. We don't have media in Nigeria. I'm sorry. I come here because I know you are not going to give us anything that is out of hand, but that's just what is going on in Nigeria. You can see the lies they've been telling us over the years has been catching up with them, telling us that Dubai lifted visa restriction on Nigerians. That never happened. Telling us so many things that have been going on. It's never happened. They're just trying to seek for some sort of legitimacy when it comes to what happened on February 25th during the election. Other than that, thank you so much, Niger Watch, and thank you, Sister Rita. Thank you all, to other guys in the panel for lending your voice to educate people. Have a good day, guys. I'll be up here just listening to you guys.
Thank you, my brother. One love. God bless you, sir, for your wonderful submission and for recognizing the good work we're doing here. Yes, one thing I'd like to quickly add to what you said is the last statement from your submission. Because you actually brought my memory back, which is true. The media, because like for today, Arise was actually waiting for CNN to talk about it. They now brought CNN to, before they now say, God, it looks like you guys cannot just do what do underground investigative journalism on your own to come on air to say, okay, Nigerians, after the submission or the statement from the advisor of Tinubu the other time, our investigation find out that UAE have not lifted the ban. Let it be directly from Arise or directly from Chinese. How come we don't see things like that in Nigeria? Because, One Love just brought my memory back now to realize that most of the things that these people are reporting, is the things that people already talked about, So they are mainstream medias. We're looking up to them. 90% of what they are reporting is what people or other bigger people have talked about. For example, now if you look at what's trending is what you, me, all of us here are talking about, and other Nigerians on social media. Then you look at, the money show. The money show, please, I think these guys needs to do something. I don't know. Like I said before, maybe they have been captured. Thank you very much, my brother. One love once again. Guys, press on the like button. Press on this like button. Let's see how many likes we have before call on the next person here. We have 132 likes. Please press on the like button if you can hear me. Thank you very much, my sister Omoyes Kona, for joining us today. How are you doing? It's been for the past 7 years now. We never hear from you. How are you doing?
For the past 100 years, I'm good.
No,
Thank you.
my calendar na 7 years, to be
Now
honest.
7 years.
You know, say I know the lie now, you know,
I,
now, you
I
not
know
true.
you know the line where for where you lie. In one sentence. No now. And you know, say that after 7 years, whatever sins anyone has committed or whatever debts are forgiven on every 7.
Exactly. And if you also join the peace, your sins are forgiven. I also
Exactly.
thank you
Hey,
so much.
God, I beg you. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate all your work. I never feel join since partly one. Of course, I get my own too when I did do, but on the other end, I've been spending most of my time on Twitter Spaces because there's been a lot happening, and also behind the scenes, there's a lot going on as well. Because I was shopping around for action. That's all I cared about. Because me, I've been shouting action since February. I mean, since March when they did this their sham thing. So I've been waiting on action. So I was shopping for it and I finally found something and I'm pleased with what I'm hearing and I'm seeing behind the scenes. So it's kind of calmed my nerves down all the way. So having said that, before I even continue, I beg make I greetings to my special people on the panel, Sister Rita, one love, excellent submission on the health issues. This is brilliant. I was like listening in and just taking it all in. Kudos to you guys. Sister Nena, give us our mandate. Everyone in the comment section as well. Greetings, everyone. So, well, for me, we don't have a country anymore. That's my own reality. I'm speaking from my own point of view. We don't have a country anymore. You see, when Ahmed Dati said that you swear in this man and that will be the end, right, of democracy, or however way he puts it, that's where I'm standing on. So whatever is going on with that sham arrangement, I don't even relate to it. Whatever is going on, if they're giving positions to whomever they're giving their positions and they're coming up with one story today, oh, they've lifted the ban on visas in Dubai, turning around and it's all a fraud and all of that. I don't see them. There's no legitimacy. So I don't pay attention to what they have to say. We don't have a government in Nigeria. The way I see it, it's a jungle. Everything, there's nothing happening. Every day, one evil is happening, one back to back, back to back. We don't have anything. So I don't even entertain any of the positions or any of the posturing. I don't. The guy goes to India, he meets Biden on the sidelines only to take picture. I mean, it's all about photo ops. I mean, why should I waste my time? Fishing for that. He's now trying to come to UN, and the APC thugs think that the US is like Nigeria, where people don't have the freedom of speech, and they're sending out notices and saying you better not come out. The people that will slam that UN that day, it will shock them. I want to see how many APC people have the gumption, the grace enough to show up in New York, not one small place in America, New York, where the whole population and a lot of people know what's going on. I dare them to show up and try to do the nonsense that they do in Nigeria. I'm looking forward to that UN meeting, sidelines, not so sideline that they give them. Not sideline it be. Now from backyard that they bring her in because it's not legitimate, right? So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen, what Nigerians are going to do during that whole UN arrangement. And I can't help but think that what's going on in Nigeria is very, very sad, and I want us to understand that the powers that are behind the scenes, the West, whichever country falls into the West in this instance, what they're trying to turn Nigeria into, they want to turn Nigeria into what they want to do the same thing they did with Haiti, the same thing they did with Colombia, the same thing that they have done to a lot of African populated countries is exactly what their intention is about Nigeria. Agbado is just their candidate that they want to use to do that. You hear a lot of stories about drugs in Nigeria. It's flooded everywhere. especially in Lagos. It's probably trickled down to the villages. Only time will tell how much damage has done. Now, there's a lot going on about people buying and people they're taking people's organs and all of. There's a lot of that happening. Okay, we shouldn't forget Bill Gates is on ground. He's behind the scenes working and he's doing whatever he wants. Our soil that's once converted, that we're always proudly speaking about farming. You plant anything, it grows. I don't know if it's going to remain the same with these people because there's a lot going on behind the scenes that people are not aware of. There's a lot of foreigners on ground in Nigeria that are perpetrating this nonsense. I came upon a quick podcast of some people that happened to be in Nigeria, and they said they were in the east. They went to the east, and they're trying to spin a narrative that the east. Most people from the east. Well, they said some of them have links to the Jewish culture, whatever, their fake Jewish culture because the world is upside down. The people that they call Jews, they are not the real Jews. I digress. But the whole point is they're trying to spin that narrative to continue the fire that's going on in the southeast. So there's so much going on behind the scenes that we're not seeing, that's not coming to the fore, coming to the folds for everyone to see that there's serious damage going on behind the scenes. So as far as I am concerned and where I'm standing right now, I'm not trying to dampen anybody's spirit. I'm just saying what's on ground. We don't have a country anymore. It's gone. You see, Nigeria that you once knew, it's no longer Nigeria you thought that was Nigeria. It's no longer that at all. The people are selling their children at an alarming rate. Husbands are sending their wives off to go and become slaves in other countries. Recently they recorded the number of immigrants that were fleeing from different parts of Africa through Italy, I think in Morocco, wherever it was. They were piled, they were all in a massive, I don't know whether to call it a warehouse or a field or whatever. Many, many African immigrants. So there's a lot that is happening that is heartbreaking. And the only thing that's going to cure the problem we have in Nigeria is a revolution. It's going to be a very I don't want to use the B word, but a lot of palm oil. Okay, that's what it has to take, because the people that are currently running the show, they have the backing and they have the support. So in order for us to take it back, there's no way around it. What gladdens me, the good news at the end of all of this, is that all these people, these evil people, demonic cult, because it's a cult that is running Nigeria. Forget it. From primary school all the way to the government, they're all cultists. Okay, they belong to an occult group. They are demonic. So the only thing that glides is that they are all going to by one day. When it will happen, I don't know, because no matter how evil someone is, one day that person will finally give up. Okay, the same way Hitler in Germany did, the same way a lot of wicked people before them have, that's going to be their own narration as well. But the
Yeah, but
difference is when.
the thing is that
Go ahead.
before they die, a lot of people normally go down. Before they die, a lot of people
That's
suffer.
the bad news, right?
Yeah.
They're going to die, but a lot of people, like we're experiencing right now, are dying every day. Look at Mobad. I can't even bring myself to read the story of Mobad. I can't even bring myself to watch his videos. I cry. The first time I saw and the guy what he was saying, I was crying uncontrollably. I can't imagine the level of evil. I was so upset that nobody, with everything this guy was singing, his lyrics, I couldn't even listen to his songs. I never knew about the guy. And when I listened, I couldn't even finish the track. I was crying. Like, this is a young man that had a whole life ahead of him, crying out for help. Nobody listened to him. Look at how they did a human being. I am For me, I'm looking for the action. I'm tired of talking. I'm done with talking, spending too much time talking. I look for things that will give me some type of um, peace within me, that something is definitely going to happen with Nigeria, because we cannot continue the way we are. We cannot continue to live and continue to spend our time analyzing people who have nothing to offer. Everything they're putting up is a charade to prevent you from seeing what exactly is going on. Recently, in the north, somewhere in the north, they killed so many pastors, including their members and everything. Everybody's silent. It's so people are so desensitized to it now. A country once known for its culture, that life is so important. Before you take somebody's life in Nigeria, that person would have done. We knew how to deal with people who were evil. You couldn't deal in drugs. They will kill you. Now the people that are dealing the drugs are the ones ruling. The people in charge of it are the ones ruling. I'm tired of asking, what are we going to do about it? Because I'm hopeful that behind the scenes will come to fruition very soon. That's all I care about. Every other thing is a wash, because there's so much going on. People are they're just selling off people's body parts. Look at the doctor that was caught in Jos doing operations on people and taking away their body parts to sell. A member of a church, Redeemed Christian Church, is now a harbor, it's a safe house for criminals, for drug dealers, for the worst of human beings, or that live and creep and crawl. The Nigerian church as a whole has become a hub of peddlers, of drug peddlers, criminals, occultic groups. Even the church leaders themselves are part of the occult. And I still wonder, this is the part that gets me the most. People still go under the same church and have people lay hands on them and speak over their lives. I reserve my comment on that, because when you talk about religion, people will come forward and be shouting holier than thou. Meanwhile, you are under hypnosis. You don't even know it, because the people that are ruling you don't give a damn about you. Because if they did, the country that is Nigeria right now will not be where it is. Right now, I am for let's share the whole thing up. A group of people cannot continue to hold us to ransom. Let Hausa people go their freaking way. Let Yoruba people go their way. Let the Igbos, whoever wants to go their way, let them go. We do not have a country. Let's stop pretending. This is where I stand. It's my opinion. It's not all for arguments. If you want to argue, that's fine. But that's where I stand until I see action. I don't see, when I come on here, I don't see us in terms of regions. I'm not even able to think like that. Oh, you're from here, I don't even think in terms of that. But it's so heartbreaking. You see people talk. Sometimes you hear people, you see some videos, they're telling you, oh, this person is not here, this person is not. Look, just imagine the sham of the presidency you have. It's all once lopsided. Only Yorubas, from top to bottom, in a country with over 200 million people from different tribes. Are you kidding me? We're here speaking English. I'm waiting for action. As Alex would always say, we need cleaners. That's all I care about. I need to see that cleaning taking place. Sometimes I wish that we had the spirit of all these Middle Easterners that would sacrifice and just go wrap the thing around themselves and let every one of them go down. I wish we had few people like that. I yield. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, my sister Mayes Corner. In terms of the action, yes, for me, I need action too, but you cannot really force it on people, especially when you tell these people they need to take action for their future, especially those people that live back home. They respond back to you by telling you
to come back home and lead the action. So the best that we can do for them is what I am doing, is what you are doing, and is what we are doing, especially those of us that lives abroad. You know, we give them awareness. Many of them have excuses. For example, they don't have internet, they don't have light, they don't have this, they don't have that. But for me right now, whatever that is going on in Nigeria is not affecting me one bit here in the UK. One bit is not. So that means these people back home, if we are talking about action, the action should be within them. And what would be the action? That's another thing. For me, I think if they have to start, like I've said before, you coming out to let the government know that you're not happy how you're being treated, nothing wrong about it. It's your constitutional right, but they are not doing it. So that means these guys have bestowed fear. They have weaponized fear on Nigerians to the extent that no matter how bad the suffering is, you can't speak. So in terms of the action, I don't think we can get more than what we're already getting from, especially from my own channel, for example. This is the best we can get from my channel. Anything more than this, hotter than this, I can't take it. Although Twitter, they take more than this, but yes, because Twitter allow it. Twitter allows some certain things that YouTube cannot even get close to. Yes, but if we have to leave Twitter and YouTube out of it, what about we Nigerians? What do we want? We still have people right now listening to us that will tell you that APC is still the best choice for them. They are here. They are listening to me now. No matter how you try to talk to them, the thing that this whole thing is about, Tinubu, Atiku, and Peter Obi, forgetting that it's about you, your future, about us. And the funny part of it is that these people that they are talking about, they are billionaires. So that means regardless of whatever that happened in Nigeria can never, ever, forever happen to them or affect them. But you are fighting for them. You want to be this, you want to be that. So for me, I want a better Nigeria. And I believe Tinubu cannot give me a better Nigeria. Atiku cannot give me a better Nigeria. The only person I know and I believe, I'm sure, that can give me a better Nigeria is Peter Obi. Which I know somebody will argue with me now. Yeah, if you know, say the only person who will give you better Nigeria is Peter Obi. Me, myself, also believe that the only person that will give me a better Nigeria is Tinubu. Yes, before you argue that with me, I just told you already what you will argue. But if you think so, that Tinubu is the best person that will give you a better Nigeria, continue with your belief. But I want you to know that you and I, we don't have issues. It's these satanic people that cause confusion, divisions amongst us. If you're choosing to continue to clap for APC, even when you've tested them for 16 years now, right? They've been there, if I'm not mistaken. It's 16 years. I beg, can somebody correct me? How long APC have been in power?
8 years now. 8 years so far. This guy just, Baba Blue just started now.
Okay. 8 years. Okay, yes. Okay, it was PDP that was there for 16 years. Okay,
Right,
yes.
right.
Yes. So, Buhari took over from Jonathan. Yeah, that is true. So, at least you've tested them and you don't see Chege. And you're still saying you want them back again. Then we don't know what we want. So, according to what my sister said, action. If you guys want to take action, take. If you don't want to take action, don't take. I'm doing my part, and this is the best I can give to you guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate every one of you. Madam Ame Bright, thank you very much.
Mr. Elvis. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Finish up.
Yes,
Sorry.
1 minute here. Madam Ame Bright, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you. My pocket never run dry. I appreciate every one of you that just joined us right now. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, we saw you right there. Thank you. May God bless you. Thank you, everybody right there. Evie Jack, David Platt, and many, many others. right there with us. And God will bless you. Now, Adelaja Ogumbi, I can see you as well. Thank you. Press on the like button and help us to share. Esther, I can see you. Good evening, good evening, good evening to you all. Thank you. All right. Before I call on the next person, go ahead, my sister. You wanted to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to quickly say what you're doing is absolutely needed. What I am doing, every other person is doing, right? Putting the word out there and all of that. My point is this: there's a lot. It's like information I'm giving out, but not. I don't want to go into details. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes, right? So you have to like, there's a particular person on Twitter. You have to like go through the person and stuff like that. Do the checks and all that. So there's a lot of strategy taking place behind the scenes that none of us, that's what's calming me down, because I see Nigerians on ground taking it upon themselves in those circles and organizing and decide planning on how they're going to move, which is, to me, is glorious. I'm waiting for that. What you're doing, you cannot do more than this. Me that I'm here, I can't do more than this. Anybody that's expecting anyone, all the time I've spent, how many for the past 1 year carrying this matter, doing everything that everybody on this platform and all other platforms have as well. We've all contributed immensely. Matter of fact, it is what we're doing, what you are doing on your platform, that's fueling a lot of, giving the people on ground a lot of energy to even consider, okay, well, let's do it like this, let's do this. So I'm not even talking about, people who are using their platforms to project the voices of what's going, the things that are happening in Nigeria. I'm just saying that I am waiting for action. I'm waiting for that action to happen after all their planning and strategy. I just wish it will happen sooner. I just wish that the spirit of those people from the Middle East, for instance, that are ready to give it all. I wish some of us had that spirit. I wish some of us had the spirit of the Sri Lanka movement. I wish some of us had on ground now. I'm not talking about here, because even here, you can attest to it. People did their own protesting in different places, in different countries, right? Without, because here you have a freedom of speech. So I am waiting for that action. So anybody who is saying, "Oh, we're waiting for you to come from," they are just those ones, those are the ones that don't know what they want, and they should continue to suffer. Some of them, the same people that are saying come at home, they are the ones that will enter your DMs and be begging for money. I've blocked how many people? "Oh, I'm here, please, I need 2K, I need 1K." You and who? If you're that, I mean, I'm sure you saw a video of where I think a truck was carrying rice or whatever. Look at, you see how people rushed that rice and took from the truck. If a lot of people were organized enough, the way that they rush that rice, they rush the people when they do them the bad thing. You say, "Well, for not the way we did today," So that's the point. That's the angle I'm coming from, and I appreciate your work. Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you very much. Okay, Madam Bella Naomi, you wanted to call in. Before I call on, give us a mandate. It's better. Anybody that want to call in now, please just do this now, because I'll wait for 30 seconds. If no calls, then I'll just call on the next person on the panel. 3, 2. Waiting for a call. Before that, let me see. Do we have please press on the like button, my people. Press on the like button. I really want us to finish on time today. If that's possible, I'll be very happy. Okay, you're not calling in now, Madam Bella Naomi, because you just asked me now if you can call in. You're not calling in. So fortunately, I need to call us somebody. Give us a mandate. Thank you very much, my brother, for joining us again. God bless you. Please talk to us.
Thank you very much. Good evening to you and to everyone on the panel. Greetings depending on your location and then your time zone. People in the comment section, greetings, and then thank you for everything that you do continually on this platform and sanctuary where people come to lend their voice about how we can get our nation better. I think my heart goes out to the people that lives around the Badagry area, and then people around Badagry area, and then other places in Lagos that is suffering from this flood that is going on. That is the trouble and the pain that people go through when you have a bad government in power. More so, they said this guy built Lagos. The Lagos that he built is where you now see flood is taking over. He said he built Lagos. That means the works of the likes of Jakande and other people. That means they didn't do anything because Chonumbu is the one that said he built Lagos, and hopefully things can actually get better for people. But also, that's the more reason why people must support good governance and then do the best to make sure that we have a better government in place and in power. These guys are not for you, they are just for themselves and their families. They don't care about what people go through. They don't care if you drive in a muddy water or you do um, or you involved in any accident or any trouble. All they care about is themselves and their families. I think even now you can see in Lagos where you have different things going on because of all of the evil and atrocity committed by these guys, drugs, gangs. You have the gang of Lagos, particularly in the areas of Ikorodu and all of those places where you now see secret corps members and everything becoming is now being made popular, and the police are not saying anything just because they they are also having bought over. But we're just trusting that things will get better, and then Mr. Peter Gregory Obi can take the mantle of leadership, and then we begin to get our country back to order. Now about Charlie Boy, I think this goes out to all men. Portrait is more popular among the race of the black, and so every man need to constantly go for medical checkup, even though you think that. And I understand sometimes because of our own kind of um, environment and then how we're being raised and things like that. But with the way things are currently, the age that we are today, and then the postmodern one and everything, it is just important for you to constantly go for your medical checkup. I mean, your annuals, checking your blood level, your sugar level, doing your cholesterol check, just making sure that your physicals are actually up to date, and also watching what you eat and try and exercise. Try and do as much as possible exercise as is good for your body, and also watch what you eat. I think for me this year, I don't even know. The last 2 years or 3 years, I don't know when last I took soda. But people live on that. Any little thing they want to drink soda, they want to take sugary things and all that. I can't even remember the last time I take soda. So just make sure you're watching your health, because health is wealth. Once there's no health, if there's no good health, there's no way you can make a living, even though God is the one that gives strength. But God is going to push strength in a healthy body. God is going to push strength in a healthy body. Even though you feel that you have strength, if your body is not healthy, there's no way you're going to have strength to do whatever you have to do. So um, check yourself, both women, do your medical checkup, um, and then just do all of those things. Very, very vital. And please, women, take care of your husband. Women, take good care of your husband. As much as the money keeps coming, you have something to spend. Remember, that man must take care of you and the children. So as much as they are taking care of you and the children, also do your best, take care of your husband. Um, I think on that, I'll leave that so that way we can move to the other matters. Now on the CGN set for Obi and Atiku's appeal I think what they're trying to do on Wednesday is just to constitute the judges that will be hearing the case in Supreme Court. But I think somebody also said among the PDP that Ariwola should recuse himself to be on the panel that will be on that'll be hearing that case. I mean, we've all seen all the shenanigans that has played out between Ariwola and Tinubu. But far beyond that is the fact that Nigeria is a state capture. And if you look at everything, I think somebody, was it Black Panther that said Nigeria is not a state capture? Nigeria is already in a state capture. Everything that needs to show, or every indices that shows the country as a state capture country, Nigeria has it now. Just some few days ago, you played a video of somebody that went to River State to interview people. And one of the men that spoke in that interview said, Nigeria is now a place where you can buy anybody and nobody will hold you for it. Have you not seen that with the case of this young artist that just passed on? And then so many people, I mean, some few weeks or months ago, we had the story of army officers are the one now, when you see that you're riding on a good, clean vehicle, they stop you, take the person to an unidentified location, and then they buy the person, take their vehicle, and that's it. And nobody says anything. The police is part of them because this the guy's name Mohab. I may not say it very well. Pardon me. The guy got a police report. He went to report to the police about
Mobad.
how he said what?
Mobad.
Okay, Mobad. How his life is being threatened, and the police did nothing. Nothing was done. But the guy that talked about Fashola, the young man's brother that talked about Fashola writing judgments for the appeal court, the younger brother is still in police custody. That boy did not put metal on Fashola's head. That boy did not buy any Fashola's family. That boy did not even buy Fashola, but that boy only for saying his brother only for saying that Fashola he's writing the tribunal's judgment. The younger brother is still in the police custody. And after the judgment, we've been able to see that of a truth. The judgment was written for these people because they were asking themselves, the day they were reading that judgment, I don't know if you guys pay attention to it. They were asking themselves, oh, what is this? What is this? They were asking themselves. That means somebody wrote the judgment for them. As he's not far fetched from Fashola and whoever it may be that did that evil work. So Nigeria is already on a state capture, and if you hear what Jimmy said on space and then what Omoye just said, who is the president of Nigeria now, selected by Mahmoud Yakub? He's a drug baron. He's a drug lord. Amoda Weda Tifunumbu, Remi's husband, Sheyi's father, the Chicago druggie, is the president. So everywhere has been littered with drugs. Don't be surprised. You'll be seeing, I mean, allegedly, some few days ago, we saw this video of a lady calling on Davido. Hey, this is that. Your father's private jet, something is going on there. That is what you see in a state capture. But how long are we going to allow this? And that's why it bothers me when when you see people that should speak truth to power support this evil operation. When many to rise and stand against this evil, our country has never been in this kind of situation before. This is the worst I have ever seen. Roads are not motorable, no light, no water. Education is going down. People are being pied every day. Cultism is now the order of the day. And people will be asking you, how did we get here? We know how we got there. Because this evil man called Tifnumbu Amodaweda, the druggie, Remi's husband, Shei's father, the likes of Obasanjo would have cut him down. I don't mean probably by him, but they would have cut him down as soon as they saw him. Because there was a video of a young man that talked about this evil man. How that he got the name Tinumbu. He wasn't the family, he wasn't a member of the family of Tinumbu. Tafa Balogun has his case file. But you know, because of corruption too, Tafa Balogun got himself into nonsense and his own came, and that was the end for him. Atiku had the case file of Tinubu. Obasanjo had the case file of Tinubu. They should have cut this guy down for a very long time, but they allowed him. And that is how we got to where we are today. We all knew how we got here. So when you say, how did we get here? Don't ask that question, because we all knew how we got here. Don't tell me you don't know the story of Tinubu since 1999 or 1998. Don't tell me you don't know the story of him and the late Fawayimi, Gani Fawayimi, how he pursued the case. Don't tell me you don't know that Festus Otobokeyamo was also people that were pursuing the case of this man until he was bought with money. So we all knew how we got here. So when you say, how did we get here? Sometimes those questions bothers me. We all knew how we got here. This guy should have been dealt with before now. But the ones that should have done it, because of their selfish ambition, people like Obasanjo that was fighting for third term. Obasanjo was the man that started fighting for third term in the history of Africa, if I'm still correct. He was busy about his own personal, his own wicked ambition. How he's going to go for third term. You see, wicked men. He was a military president. He became a civilian. He did 2 terms, and he was going to go for the third term. You see wickedness. So when men like this should have caught this guy, should have tamed him, they were busy for their own personal agenda. So we knew how we get here. The only issue is that people that have the power, the infantry, everything, the wherewithal to have caught this guy down, they all allow their personal ambition to swallow them. They don't care about the nation. They don't care about humanity. They only care about themselves. Obasanjo is still there walking around with all of the evil they did to the nation. Babangida is still there sitting down in Mina with all of the evil they did to the nation. They all have oil blocks and oil wells. And the people of Ogoni suffering. People in Niger Delta, they are suffering. While one man in Mina, one man in Ota, they all have their oil bricks and oil wells. Wicked, evil men. I'm from the southwest. But this evil and nonsense, we need to fight against it. Come on, yeah, I will not ask you a question, but maybe behind the camera, I really want to know what is going on, what the plan is. Nigerians, now is when we need to fight for our country. We cannot allow this to happen. Badagry Express Road used to be a very motorable road. Now it's been taken over. People are suffering. Just some few days ago now, they say by people in Plateau Jos. Organ harvesting, taking people's kidney. So surprising, the last one that we had is a member of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, a pastor. So we heard and saw in the video. Evil, evil, evil. I have never seen this kind of evil done to our nation. And whether you believe it or not, it all started in the time of Jonathan. The evil that went through in the time of Jonathan cannot be swept under the carpet. This man should have stood against this evil when one woman will go and buy a brazier for $1 million. Obasanjo too, his own era, they stole money. All of this nonsense happening. Evil men. Now a druggie, a drug lord has now come to power. And the Obabaku of Lagos, all of the ass lickers, the crumbs eaters, the begri eaters, the pomo eaters, they are saying it's your turn. It's your turn. Don't worry. At least now you are eating rice and gari. You are eating a rice and sansan. They will soon miss sansan into your begri so that it can be delicious. Since it's your turn, and yala elojuti, àwọn ọmọ àlè ìran kíran, ìran Yorùbá, kò sí agbéwèrè, kò sí afábùrù. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀ sọ pé àsìkò tí yín ni kí ẹni tó ń fa gbó, ẹni tó ń fa gbùrù, ẹni tẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ bí tó ti sàn wá, ẹ̀ mọ̀ yẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ̀ bàbá ẹ̀. Òun nìkan ni Tinubu, òun nìkan làmọ̀dá, òun nìkan làwẹ̀dá, òun nìkan ni ẹni tó ń gbé wiri. Olè alájẹnu, gbogbo Èkó ó fà á mọ́wọ́, ó fà á mábẹ́. Ẹ̀ ń sọ pé ẹ̀yin ló kàn, ẹ ti ń jẹ ráìsì àti yẹ̀pẹ̀ báyìí ń sìn, àbẹ́ẹ̀ tí máa jẹ. Ẹ̀yin ló kàn, ẹ tó máa jẹ ráìsì, ẹ tó máa mú gbẹ̀gìrì àti yẹ̀pẹ̀.
Only
Wicked and
Wobia.
selfish human beings.
Only Wobia.
I don't know how people just sit down somewhere and because of tribalism and evil, you want to put into power what you cannot even stand for. In our culture, I know growing up as a child, you will not go and steal. You go and pick something that does not belong to you. You take it home, your father will be asking you, they'll beat you to stupor. But today, because ẹ̀yin ló kàn, torí pé ó kàn yín, ẹ gbé bàbá àwọn agbèrò, agbéwèrè, afágbùrù, ẹ gbé sórí oyè, ẹlẹ́yin ló kàn. Ẹ tí ì jìyà. Ṣèbẹ́ tí ń jẹ ráìsì àti yẹ̀pẹ̀, ẹ tó mu gbẹ̀gìrì àti yẹ̀pẹ̀, ẹ tó jewédú àti yẹ̀pẹ̀, ẹ tó jẹ̀fọ́ rírò àti yẹ̀pẹ̀, tó bá tún yá wá tún fi àmàlà, wá tún fi yẹ̀pẹ̀ sínú ẹ̀ fún yín. Evil people. I am a born and raised Yoruba child. This evil I've never seen in our race before. Ẹ̀yin ló kàn, ẹ̀yin ló kàn, ẹ̀yin ló kàn. Ó ti kàn yín báyìí sìn, ẹ má worry. Ṣégè tẹ̀rí, ṣégè banza, ìmí tún ń bọ̀. Tó bá yá, wọ́n á tún sọ pé Dubai, ẹ lè lọ sí Dubai sìn. Kò sí pé Dubai ò ṣe nǹkan kan. Irọ́ náà ń pa fún yín. Ẹ̀yin ló kàn, ẹ má worry. Inú oṣù yín gan, ẹ tó fi yẹ̀pẹ̀ jẹṣu tó bá yá. Mr. Elvis, thank you very much. These people that we just have home with, the same heritage, the same tribe, they just nonsense and wicked human beings. Foolish people. That's why you see the likes of Dele Farotimi, Pa Adebanjo will always tell you, stand for your conscience. I've never seen this kind of wickedness in our race before. Ẹ̀yin ló kàn, ẹ ti ń jẹ yẹ̀pẹ̀, ẹ ti ń jẹ yẹ̀pẹ̀ àti ìrẹsì papọ̀. Ẹ tó mu gbẹ̀gìrì àti yẹ̀pẹ̀ tó bá yá. Thank you very much for saying this. I the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Give us a mandate. Thank you so much for always saying it how it is. Madam Bella Naomi, you called earlier on, but I believe you are not following us live, because if you are following us live, I believe you are a few minutes behind. If not, you're supposed to be hearing me right now. Call in now before I call on the next person if you are there. But I noticed that after like 3 minutes and somebody's already talking, that you try calling in. That was late. Okay. Or rather, let me call you back. Let me just call you. Let me do that. I think that will be much better. Okay, you're talking on the phone. Okay. All right, I did my best. Thank you, my people. Mashallah, it's good to have you here with us, my brother. Good evening to you. Happy weekend to you. I'd like you to talk to us so that we can have our final submission. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Niger Watch. Good evening, Niger family. I've been following up all the discussions throughout the week. I've not been able to join the panel. I want to ask us a question. Who wrote the Nigerian Constitution? Are they dead? Because we keep saying Nigeria will not work because of the Nigerian Constitution. Who wrote it? They are not ghosts. They are not ghosts.
And the most funny thing is, the generation that is leading this country is the generation that wrote this constitution. They should come and rewrite it. They should come and rewrite it and correct it because it is benefiting them. That is why you see people like the Deeper Life Pastor, because it's their generation. Charlie Boy is speaking. He was in his youth when we had civil war. Of course, there's nothing you see at that time that they will listen to him. It's his father's generation that did all those things. His father's generation were the good set of people that trained good children. And we see have people's fathers that are like Tinubu that trained armed robbers, looters in government. We should, to me, I believe we should ask questions to find out the list of people that sat down to write this constitution and let them explain why they have this issue with the voting pattern and how elections are not being decided, it's not being decided by the courts and not by the people that voted for their candidates. The Chicago State University issue too. Throughout the week, I listened to everybody speaking. I cannot say I have gone to secondary school, primary school, university. I can mention my classmates. If I say my classmates, okay, if you don't even have, if you can't remember everybody, you should have a close pal, one or two, you can remember their names. Tinubu, come out, mention one close pal that you go to the library with to study, or you sat down by his side to write exams. If you know you really went to school, we are not even asking for university, primary school or secondary school. Mention him. If he's late, let us know. Because it is obvious that you didn't even enter the university at all. It's like you just, I don't know how you just appeared from nowhere. You don't have classmates. Nobody went to school with you. You brought somebody as your junior and he's claiming to be your classmate in the university. That man and you cannot be age mates. There's no way that man would have been in school with you. Tinubu, Chicago State University, yes, you have denied that certificate. Good for you. But it would be nice. You expedite actions on not tarnishing your image. Because I cannot have a friend now say, I want to go to university, I want to go to Chicago State University. You are spoiling your reputation already, if you don't know. The Mohbad issue. Let us thank our uncle, the Nobel laureate, Wole Soyinka, because these are his boys in action. Where you went to school. You went to school, you are oppressing people. It is courts. So people that can't even go to university again now have joined courts. Those days, when you talk about court, it is assigned to people that went to university. Now you don't even know to go to university. Agbero now have joined courts. That is why a man that is just growing up, his life is just springing up, and then you are oppressing him. Because when I saw the video, a man died yesterday. Few minutes, I'm seeing video of him being buried. Okay, he's being buried, no problem. You're not buried and pour concrete on it. What are you hiding? Is that someone that has stolen money? You just want anyone to see it. You've buried the money, you're not covering the concrete. He's not a Muslim. You buried him, there was nobody there. This guy's supposed to be a star. No musician, no follower, nobody around that burial ground I saw in that video. As if you buried a chicken. And then tomorrow now, the Nigerian police is not coming to say, to me, it's rubbish you're talking about. To me, that man, whatever that policeman was saying yesterday, is just total nonsense. By now, if people are calling names, they should be in your custody by now. And they will know want to do justice. The painful part is, this is Nigeria. I can bet 1 million by Monday, Tuesday, the highest this month, matter will die because we have rogues, armed robbers in government. Those that are in police, most of the police officers too are rogues. That's why you could have a policeman being arrested for drug trafficking. Now he's been released. He's cooling off somewhere. One day we'll hear him somewhere again. Tinubu, we didn't vote for you. We didn't vote for you. And Olusegun that is telling you that he can categorically say that Obi did not win. Look at them. It's the same generation. The same generation. Olusegun that went to school when university they were giving them lunch, full chicken. Sometimes you sit when I sit with my parents, they're talking about when they go to university. They have lunch, full chicken is being given to them. Being a student as you're graduating, companies are coming to take you, employ you from the university. That was the age at which that was the time Tinubu and the rest of them leading us went to university. A small boy girl is crying there now. He can't go to school because Nigerian government wants to increase school fees from 25,000 now to 200,000. Does that make sense? Any if one is even sick, if you're not sick, would you pay that kind of money from 25,000 to 200,000? Are you telling us that our parents are earning 200,000 a month? Minimum wage is 30,000, and even if 30,000 it doesn't come every month. We live in a country where you go to work, you work. Payday is not sure. Payday is not sure. Those living abroad, if payday is 25th, it's 25th. Latest 5 o'clock in the morning, you're seeing your money. But in Nigeria, it's a different ball game. An average Nigeria, I will keep saying, an average Nigeria is wicked. An average, Nigeria watch, I'm telling you, I'm saying it again. An average Nigerian is wicked. It's only a Nigerian man that will assign you to do a job. You've done the job, you finished the job. It's time to pay. Start giving you excuse. It's that bad. Olusegun, it's a pity that you've just lost your glory. Instead of just being quiet, or those days they say courts are meant to assist students being oppressed and people that can't get justice. So what are you telling us now that you've joined the group of looters, or you're the one collecting you are the one sitting down by the table collecting the crumbs that is falling from the table of the looters? So that's why you will see someone like Tinubu and you're supporting him. You see Peter Obi, you went to school, yes, everybody agrees that you are very brilliant. They keep saying you are brilliant. To me, Tinubu is an example of a student that reads, is very brilliant, but will not show his fellow students the way forward. He will be the one that will take them to play, gist, go to beer parlor, drink, 2 weeks to exam. But meanwhile, after all that grooving, he's the one that will go and read. He just needs maybe 30 minutes of reading. He's done. And he goes to an exam, he passes. His friends that go with him up and down to jive will fail. He's that kind of person. He's a deceiver. You cannot put Tinubu and Obi and Atiku and they ask you, these two people go in a debate and they ask you who is the best. So you are going to tell me now, they put you on a panel of a debate between Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi, and you will tell us that it's Tinubu. It's a shame. It's a shame. The UAE issue, Nigerians should not be surprised though, because this government don't care. They are trying to just like make themselves happy. To me, that announcement that the ban has been lifted It's just to make themselves happy that they're doing something. There's a difference between working and working smart. These people are just working. They're not working smart. You can have 8 hours during the day as to work, and just moving up and down, left and right, so that people will see that you're working. Meanwhile, you are not moving. You are just in one place. You're not achieving anything. That's the kind of government we have in Aso Rock. That's what they are doing. They don't have anything upstairs to do. They don't have anything. Concerning OBJ, give us a mandate. Despite we say yes, he wanted to go for third term, I have a feeling that the man worked. Everybody has a bad side, but I'm not a fan of Obasanjo. But I feel in his government, he brought capable people to do the job for him. Nigerian debt was striked off. The country was expecting some money to be coming in. Of course, it's just like you've done something, you spent 2 tenors, the country is in a verge of getting to the right place, and then your dividend is going to come in a few months' time. But it's about time you leave. But he does not know who to give the government to. That is why I feel he wanted to go for third term. And the best thing for him to get is Yar'Adua. Yar'Adua said couldn't help him. If Yar'Adua had stayed on, he said, let's assume God gave him enough time, he said it was okay, we won't be in what we are now. I did my NYC in Katsina. I saw, this is not they told me, I saw what that guy did as a governor. I saw what Yar'Adua did as a governor. The only state that built a brand new NYC hostels and all that facilities for them. I saw things happen in that state. So when he was nominated to be the president, I was still happy. But his health, the only president that brought fuel from whatever it was at that time, brought it down. There has not been any president since Yar'Adua that has brought any price down. It is up, 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 up. So to me, I just believe he did his best. But despite what he did, he's not making noise now. I don't know why he's not making noise. Before the election, he was making noise. I was expecting him to still be making the noise. He's not making noise. So maybe he has been brought over too. Nigeria Watch. The country, to me, they say it's under a state capture. They are about capturing it. They've not captured it. There's still hope. And the hope still lies in the people of Nigeria. We are still sitting down inside. They are expecting Obi to come and announce it's time to go and protest. People should come out and start protesting now. The appeal court, the Supreme Court, I'm saying it today, 16th of September. Nothing will come out of that place. Nothing. I'm not dashing anybody's hope. This man in gray Ariola, there is no magic that he's going to do. He's going to continue the rubbish they did at the tribunal. They will see the same thing. So Nigerians, don't be expecting anything. I'm not dashing your hopes, but I can tell you there is nothing. For this same man to, this man didn't win this election. Constitutionally is not qualified. You swore him in. Is it the same man that swore him in that will now take him out? No. So option 2 should be the best. He's going to court. Yes, it's good. Let it just be for history state that okay, we went to Supreme Court to appeal. But the real truth is nothing's going to come out from there unless God take over their voices. That's the only magic that can happen. Thank you, Nigeria Watch.
Thank you, Mashallah. Thank you very much for your submission. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you. I appreciate every one of you, my people. Thank you very much. May God bless you all. I'm going to take some calls quickly. I think about 2 or 3 we need to round up. Today is Saturday. Me will not go to push me to 6 hours today. Hello, Mother Joy. Thanks for calling in. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Hello, well-meaning Nigeria, obedient nation, Niger Watch family. I greet everyone. Why we do come here, Mr. Niger Watch, God bless you. You are doing and have continued to do your part. We have gone above and beyond. We have your crown for you. And we will continue to celebrate what you are doing for your country, for the people that, I tell people, it's not like there are no well-meaning Nigerians or people that can change this nation or people that are willing to change the nation Nigeria. It's not like Nigeria cannot be like Dubai. It's not like Nigeria cannot turn around. But the problem we had were 2 major things. The Nigerian people, the well-meaning Nigerian, had no voice. The media is a sham. NTA is out of existence. The AIT is oblivion. Now you're looking at Arise and channels. They are trying to keep their head out of water, at least they're not shut down. So the only media and the only thing that they may be able to say, they kind of try to juggle it so that they are not shut down. So we are in a place, in a situation that is very dire. It has been like that for a while. But Mr. Niger Watch, I want to keep that name because when you want to fine tune it, when it goes, global, you choose whether you want to keep it Niger Watch. Mr. Niger Watch had the voice of God because I think the owner of the universe is saying enough is enough, and he has stepped in. We prayed, he gave us a man with character, competence, integrity, a man that said, go and verify. That is the high point. That is the signal that, yes, this is the time. Yes, this is it. And Mr. Niger, what you've been daily for almost a year and a half, it is not ordinary. So all of that together with all my intellectuals here, the citizen journalists, everyone here, please do not take yourself for granted. There is a reason why you are here. And we'll continue to keep pushing. Nobody should give up. Nobody should get tired. When you get tired, log into Niger Watch. He is available every day. So let that be your pointer. And whenever you want to give up, you know that there is a voice that is still out there. That at least every day you're going to hear voices of brethren that are well-meaning, that want evil expunged out of Nigeria. So I say this, there is this, when we are talking about Nigeria that was, never existed anyway, we look at the people that were, that from the 66, a class of 66 and the class of 1999, these are the people that have recycled themselves from Babangida. If Babangida is, functioning now, you will see him, he'll be flexing his muscle. If Abacha was alive, he would have still be flexing muscle. But Buhari was or is, I don't know. And then Obasanjo, you look at them, then you come all over to the class of 99. Look at all of them. Look at their antecedents. So the question is, it is the intent of the people, their intention, the content of the people. What is their background? Who are these people? The constitute, whenever we are talking, it does not matter how much we pull this constitution. If it is Obi that is there, he will do the right thing. At least he will find out all the loopholes in the constitution, and you begin to work on it to make sure that all the bad things. But this class of 1999, they saw a loophole and they cashed into the loophole. A gathering of if you say satanists. If you look at the class definition of satanism and Satan, all that he does is to buy, steal, destroy. Look at the antecedents, and that is why I say there is no sane, there is no well-meaning, no good Nigeria is taking any governance now as I'm speaking, until something changes, until something happens. So as we come in here every day, we have found a voice in this place and other places. We keep speaking, we keep praying, we keep doing what we're supposed to do. And I want to tell us, well-meaning Nigeria, please stop blaming anybody. Stop. You see, they will always do what they know to do, evil. So you ask yourself, what can I do? There is something, I bet you, when you wake up in the morning. Thank you, Miss Omoye. I love your submission and I check it 100%. Let's keep in that trajectory. You wake up every morning, you find your own frame, you find your own template, because that's what they're doing. They are not resting in their evil. Why should I rest? In fact, when I hear them come and spew out nonsense, I say, you're doing your father's job, devil, and I will do my father's job. I love goodness. I love good. And that is why if you know anyone here, it's because you want to do something good. That's why you're here. So give yourself a chip on your shoulder and keep pushing. Don't relent. Let us keep moving. Something good will come out of this. I have that feeling in my heart. I greet everybody. I'm just here to tell you, I'm doing my part. I know what I'm doing. You do your part. We are going to come out. There is a light in this at the end of this tunnel.
Exactly.
We will be proud that we didn't stop. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mother Joy. God bless you. Yes, she said she's doing her part. You should do your part. And this is one of the things I talk about all the time. I'm doing my part. It's not up to you if you want to do your part or you're happy the way things go on. I appreciate you all, my people. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think it's time for us to have our final submission right now. For anybody, Ogasiem. Who give Ogasiem link now, eh? God. Oh God, I believe Sina give us a man. They go give this man. Hi. Ogasiem.
You foresee me? Okay, me all of us just log out. More they go out.
They not they give CM link. CM they get there. See at the background you watch.
It's just 5 minutes to 10 now. My 5 minutes to 10. At least this is weekend.
Not wait for the talk. It's a 5 minutes to 10.
No, it's true. I'm starting to talk to now. Yes.
Okay. I watch. But tell you this CM. See him, the link. He don't get the link. He don't put on down. The listing.
Yeah, but if you decode Niger Watch, if you decode Niger Watch, you know, come hold link for pocket. You know me say you are not a true Niger Watch. That is, you implicated yourself now. So if you never hold the link for pocket, now be say you
don't get the link, you don't get the wait.
I don't go tell now. We see me I they do. If I don't see the link for Niger Watch, I know I will go copy the link. I go to enter this channel, but I know tell you now.
Or you invent your own you go crash your own link. Take enter.
Give us a man, they don't write me.
Know.
He don't write me for private chats and say somebody they ask for a link for this. You pretend say I don't see him. Cause me myself, know what why you happen, so I don't go you pretend. This una day here. Meanwhile, you're close, so make una talk and go because I can't. For me don't tire. But before that, Oga Chris, I believe you want to join the panel. Oga Chris, you are calling in.
Okay,
Please,
from
do you want to
Dublin.
come to the panel? Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, sir. Okay.
Come to the panel then, please.
Yeah.
And give your submission. Thank you, sir. I'll post the link again. Thank you.
Now you the call people now. Now you can invite people to make them company.
No,
Now,
I
okay.
no. I cannot fit talk, and I know they pick another call again. To be honest, my people, I know you feel like
Black
me.
Panther, where you did? Company.
You guys
Tired.
should feel sorry for Mr. Elvis now. I feel sorry for the man. I mean, he's
Exactly.
shy.
Me, I
How
don't.
about we're talking about stress now? Men need rest. Stress, you know, he needs rest.
Now give us a mandate to. I mean, no
like him. I
Give
like
us
him,
a
Madam
mandate
Rita.
is the number one culprit. Is number one,
Now
followed by
you they
Dr.
stress me for years. That this
When
give us.
when Obi enter, everybody go rest. Which one? You never see the end of it. They pursue you. They talk
I
of
see
it.
him. No, my Madam Rita. I know.
No,
Mr.
man.
Elvis could get out to maybe another 1 hour now. All of us will keep. We'll just a look. Now, okay,
Thank
we'll go pity Mr. Elvis. Mr. Elvis
See,
for sure. That what they cause.
una don't go carry and concern Black Panther saying he don't enter saying for backstage.
No, Black Panther won't be say it irritate
Is
at
Black
times
Panther
because
here? It's over. It's
Una
all
don't go
over.
carry and come.
Black Panther is over. That's
He's
it.
here.
We're
He's
done.
here. He's a late comer. He's always a late comer.
Now, guys,
Go
CM
dey
the
there
plan
dey
now.
wait
Now, the plan now first.
everybody just they blame CM. You see, Black Panther won't be say in
I thought
Black
as
Panther.
everybody get a link. When time reach,
Black
everybody
Panther,
show.
you can't keep Black
Oga Mashallah,
Panther
God
out
bless you,
now.
sir.
You know,
Oh
you
my
keep
God.
Black Panther out. Whether they manufacture
All
your
right.
own link, me, I no know. Just
Now,
you
CM
give
the
link.
plan now.
You give link. You no give link. You go like to come through the window, begin come the dress house. You know, good.
See all of the dot com. See all of the dot com. See all of the. Anyway,
You know,
Some people get master.
you
Some
know,
people get master keys to enter the house now.
yeah, master
Yeah.
key. You go enter through window.
Give us a
One
mandate. Thank you for inviting all of them. Thank you. You do well. Naim.
Police coming.
Thank you, my people. I appreciate you at this moment. Now, meanwhile, you're close straight away. Amashola, God bless you, sir, for the super chat. Thank you. You know, I beg, make I your leave screen for now. Let everybody talk and go. I'll pick only one call because I know she cannot join the panel. Madam Deborah, thanks for calling in. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. 2 minutes, I beg.
Hello, good evening. I'm actually at work, so I'll be very brief.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I just wanted to make a quick contribution. What I wanted to say is that we should continue the awareness. We should continue the informing our people, because one of the ways we can liberate our people is by getting them informed, and the media is very powerful in this regard. This is why they're trying by all means to silence information, to make it impossible for people to know what is going on. And thank God for the internet, thank God for social media. So we should continue to, my prayer is that the platform will even become bigger and compete with other bigger news outlets, because our people have to get proper information, not propaganda. So this is why we should not let this go quiet. This is what they want. They want everybody to be frustrated so that we will stay quiet and they continue. But we should continue to speak out in whatever little way we can, because the media is very powerful. Even in the Western world, that's why they value freedom of speech, because they know it's very important for people to speak out.
It's only in Nigeria freedom of speech you go to prison. No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
so
mother.
much.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Yes, now in abroad, the value of freedom of speech. For Nigeria, if you don't talk finish, they'll say you have freedom of speech. Once you don't talk finish, at that time you can't discover whether the freedom still join the speech with the talk. You know. Thank you, my people. I appreciate every one of you. I'd like to quickly appreciate the people that is right there that supported me today. Let me quickly recap. Amaka E, thank you very much. Amaka Fojabi, thank you. Stella Masad, Ima Sevendo, thank you very much. Mother Bella, Naomi, thank you very much. Amen Bright, thank you. And my brother Mashallah from the panel. God bless you all, my people, for your continuous encouragement. I'm very, very grateful with all you all are doing for me. Thank you. God bless you all. Right now, now Madam Rita and I supposed to talk right now. After Madam Rita, you people can now manage yourselves from there. My people, good night, my people. I love you all. Thank you very much for your understanding. Bye for now.
Mr. Elvis, can somebody speak before me? I'm kind of like a bit busy.
Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you.
that's fine. That's fine. Then let's give opportunity for Oga CM that turn Irish. Oga CM,
Okay.
you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you. Am I coming? Yes, I'm coming out now.
After
Thank you,
Oga
Niger.
CM, now Black
Thank
Panther, Oga Chris, then before F Emmanuel.
Okay.
Thank you, Niger Watch. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
Thank you
thank you,
very much.
Niger Watch.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry I joined by this time anyway, but it's better late than never. So
Oga Chris just sneaking.
I think
Chineke.
what I
I
think
did hear
I
the
think
look you.
I think I think what I saw, according to the headline, I believe, is about Peter be going to the is it not Supreme Court? I mean, heading to the Supreme Court, and then Peter be saying that. Well, let me get the headline again, so that I do not speak out of them. One moment. Niger Watch. He said, oh no, maybe I don't have it anymore. Okay. Oh yes, thank you. Nigeria swinging away from the boundaries of true democracy. Said Peter B. We all know it now. After all, Dati Baba Ahmed said swearing in Tinubu is just to destroy democracy or say God bury democracy, so to speak. And that is true. Because what is happening now, in fact, it's like the first 100 days, there's no action. No action, not that there has been some appointments has been made, but no action I'm saying is that we know the fundamental problems that is bedeviling us. Obi highlighted them during the campaign. Insecurity is still on the rise, no doubt. That has defied whatever solution anybody is bringing towards it. Secondly, power is still a problem. Power, I mean, restore. I mean, giving us improving electricity supply is still a problem. Oil theft, nobody is saying anything about that. So these are the basic things Obi was talking of, and then we don't know. We dare not talk of production at this point in time. Rather, people are borrowing money to. The government is borrowing money, throwing money around, and then, in fact, not really doing anything. But the greatest thing that pains me since the past 2 or 3 days is, that's why they say the leopard cannot change its spots. How could a government spokesperson who took over from Lai Mohammed anyway, telling us that United Arab Emirates, that Tinubu has scored a diplomatic victory, he went to United Arab as a deal, that the visa ban on Nigeria has been reversed. It's all lies. We all know this now. It's a lie. If not that our media, mainstream media, they're always very, very, very lazy, intellectually lazy. What they should have done was one journalist will just go to the embassy and say they want to apply for visa instantly. That is how to prove it. If you feel that it has been normal. So we know things like this are not true. I don't know why why they decide to start with this pathetic falsehood that something like that. That is embarrassing the government of United Arab Emirates. Things like this, you don't just be flippant. You have to speak with facts. You could say that there has been move, there has been first round of meeting or first round of talks, the way they call it in diplomatic circles, to restore our diplomatic relation with United Arab Emirates, such that the consular services like granting visa and every other thing will now commence as soon as possible. But we've not finalized it; still ongoing. I mean, that is telling people the direction you are going. People will now judge. Say, okay, because of investment, and not for you to come and say this. Remember, they stayed at Agbado before he went to France. The moment this guy announced him at midnight, the next 2 3 days he disappeared. They say he went to France. He saw, and people in channels and TVC said, even before being inaugurated, he's already started working. He's closing deal, negotiating deal. He has a meeting with the business community. Investors are waiting for him in France. Some people bought the fib only for him to come back and wave like this at the airport. We saw two pick syringes, you know, jotting her from his hand, which means he went to go and load himself with steroids. So this falsehood, lies that we are witnessing, I don't know why. Now, on the issue of a Chicago certificate, it's now apparent that a person called Bola Tinubu, who is a female, graduated from Chicago State University, but it's not the same. This is not the person. So I wonder what they are going to do about it. If forgery, you can disqualify somebody because of forgery. I wonder why people are not taking this case seriously. We've had some politicians lose their seats because they've found out that the certificate they submitted to INEC. I can forge certificate, I keep it with me, no problem. But the moment you tender it to a public institution in order to either to contest election or to gain employment, it is no longer your private property, though it is. But anybody could now have access to it and then ask for it, or if somebody is doubting. So in this case now, Tinubu, the certificate you gave to INEC is forged. And it has been proven. Atiku had to go all over to US to go and see, make to it. And look at the shame it's bringing to Nigeria. To be honest with you, if really this judiciary want to rise, want to regain their lost glory, when I mean lost glory, I mean in the years of Justice Oputa at the Supreme Court, Kayode Esho, Andrew Tutu Obaseki, Gabriel Ayo Rikefe, what is it, Nikki Toby, Nnamani, all those people, Beafa Belgore, they call them. If it were in those, they want to regain. This is the time for them to say no. Because sometimes the judgment they give at the bench must reflect. It's not that it will reflect public opinion, but maybe you can't exist in a vacuum. This is bringing shame to Nigeria, and the case is crystal clear. Crystal clear. I wonder why Nigeria they should allow Agbado to be dragging Nigeria reputation to the mud. Look at all the nonsense that is happening. Up till today, they say the guy is a master forger, and they are still looking upon him that something good will come out of him. By the way, why should Nigerians even tolerate such a case whereby INEC that caused us all this mayhem, nobody is even talking, nobody is even reprimanding them. Nothing. Professor Mahmoud is just going about his normal business. Felix, what is it called? The other one that talks, Festus Okoye, just talks rampantly. I saw him one, I think was, they granted one interview. So all these things I know surrounding. When I look at it, I said, does it really mean that there are no other men of conscience? I think in the midst of all this confusion, you now hear Professor Rice and Beans, apologies to Rita, saying that a Labour Party is a regional party. I don't know whether people listen to that interview. Maybe people will comment about it later, saying that a Labour Party came third, a regional party. Sometimes okay, let's just bring up some facts. Even with INEC rigging, INEC mago, Labour Party won in Abuja, at the center of the country, won in Lagos, and the whole of Southeast and South. Then in the north, towards the Plateau, Benue, Nasarawa, Kaduna. So it's such a party regional. When you are talking, what region are you talking about? So you see, when people are supposedly people they say they are educated are behaving this way, it gives me much to it leaves so much to be desired. I'm seriously concerned. Is it that dementia is affecting Professor Wole Soyinka or what? Or I don't know. That is to the extent of calling Labour Party regional party. Regional for which region? See, he may be bigoted because of P2B's rising profile, but he can't help it. The people of Nigeria, the youths look upon P2B as their last hope, who could turn the corners for them. APC failed. I mean, who could have witnessed Buhari's 8 years nonsense, wickedness, and then still be voting APC? PDP is nothing. All these are cash and carry parties. So when I reflect on the news items these past few days, I have a sense of foreboding, to be honest with you, and I feel that something must surely give. something must surely give. This Supreme Court judgment can never be like what the whitewash they gave at the tribunal, just messing up. I believe with the strong evidence, they have to look at it, and they look at it critically. Tinubu, with all this nonsense, how can this man be a president? Is it not a national shame that they are dragging the name of Nigeria to the mud because of one man's ambition? Well, let me yield here till I hear what. Black Panther is still over to you. Let me yield here.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Okay, oh, Chris.
Okay.
Chris, don't stop. Okay.
Good evening, my people.
Okay, you're welcome.
CM, thank you very much for your deposit. Black Panther, Madam Rita, F. Emmanuel, everybody on the panel, one love, give us our mandate. Mashallah, I greet everybody. Well, my own be say, I just believe that no matter what they do with this mandate, it's just like a fish bone that is already in their neck, in their throats. The simple truth is that it's only one option. They can't swallow it, they just have to vomit it. That's exactly what this mandate represents now in the truth and life of the political oligarchs in Nigeria. No matter how they are going to manipulate this, history is looking at everybody. And unfortunately for them, it's the time of social media when whatever you do, it's on record and it's on everlasting record. YouTube, all the channels, they all have storages in the cloud. And once whatever we say is given out, you can never retrieve them. The best you can do is to try and modify them. The role everybody is playing in this election is something that generations yet unborn is going to see. So that is why I expect the Supreme Court to do the needful. That is why I expect them to tread carefully. They should dispense justice without fear or favor. Because no matter what they intend to do, however they intend to play with it, whatever they do is going to remain in the annals of history, to be written for their children and their children's children to read. So it is pertinent, it is imperative that they strive, no matter who source is God, to do the right thing, because they are supposed to be the last hope for the common man. But from the way everything is going now, the judiciary, they have failed completely, woefully, abysmally, beyond expression. And you can see the level of diatribe in the judgment that the judiciary delivered. So it is very, very imperative. It is crucial that the Supreme Court, they step in to rectify whatever evil has been done. The Supreme Court, they've done it several times before. Even in the case of Amechi versus Obasanjo versus the PDP, the judgment the Supreme Court literally delivered was just like how do I put it? They just delivered that judgment to right what was wrong. And that's the trajectory I expect this same Supreme Court to follow. So if you look at the judgment that gave Amechi victory, Amechi was never in the ballot. He was not voted for. But because of the way Obasanjo forced Omeya on the people of Rivers State, so that was why the Supreme Court, they have to take that drastic action to teach Obasanjo a lesson. So I don't see any reason why the Supreme Court cannot do the same now. If Obasanjo could be taught a lesson, then why can't they teach Mahmoud and the Agbado man the same lesson? They just have to do the right thing. Unless they don't love the country anymore. Because no matter how they look at it, people are not just going to fold their hands and watch our mandate snatched just like that. Come on, it's never going to happen. Never. not in the widest imagination of any person. It may take time. The obedience they have persevered to this extent. So what's left is just to wait for the for the Supreme Court. We have endured every embarrassment, the ability to register, collection of the card, everything, voting, the harassment, everything. We've endured all of them. Even the broad daylight robbery of the election victory. We've endured all of them. So I don't think waiting for Supreme Court is going to be another hurdle that will be too much for us to endure. But the truth is that it's not going to be another day in the office for the judges that will be looking at this appeal. So it is quite instructive for all of them to do the proper thing. And it's not just only on Nigeria Watch that this message is being trumpeted. There are quite a handful of platforms across the country that feels the same way. So the Supreme Court, they should realize that there are eyes watching them from everywhere, every part of the country. Eyes are watching them. Ears are listening to them. The international community's hands are folded, waiting to see how justice will be dispensed. Because whatever they do is going to define what Nigeria actually means to the rest of the world. We've had the opportunity of rescuing ourselves. The people went out during NSAS and you told them that they have a better alternative. Instead of towing that route, they are supposed to get themselves involved in politics. And that's exactly what they did. But how did you pay them back? You created a brick wall, a completely insurmountable brick wall for the people, for the youth, and every well meaning Nigerian that desires change. And you expect them to fold their hands and be looking. That's not going to be possible in 1,000 years. They can use all the state apparatus to do whatever they want to do. But it's only going to be for a little while because it has never lasted this long before in the history of Nigeria's politics. Usually after election, after 2, 3 months, the dust settles down and everybody goes back. It's business as usual. But this time around, the obedient group and every well-meaning Nigerians, they will have nothing of it. We all want to see this to a logical conclusion. And I would sincerely advise the judiciary to do the right thing, to keep this nation together, that they so love to keep together. They so love to keep the nation together. There's an opportunity for them to do the right thing so that the nation is kept together. I know my brother Omashola, you talked about Obasanjo before, and I've also have cause to mention him in my submission. I love him or hate him. I feel Obasanjo is a part and parcel of this problem. Okay, I understand that he has supported the obedience movement, but we must have to understand where we are coming from. Because Obasanjo had all the opportunities to turn this nation around. If we are crying for the 25% of the FCT today, then can we actually say anything good about a man that did the same thing in 1979? In 1979, there was this same imbroglio. That was two-thirds of 14 states of the Federation.
No, 19.
Yeah, sorry, two-thirds of 19. Yeah, and it was supposed to be 14. The controversy was how they get to third of 19. The man that sat and superintended over that election that gave Shagari instead of Awolowo the victory then. That was in 1979. If you leave that, look at 1999. The man came again. The election of 1999, okay, be that as it may, perfect, near perfect. But the one he conducted in 2003 was a complete write off. Results were written. Results were written worse than what we are protesting against today.
It's true.
So the point is that we can't be protesting today and we be celebrating somebody that did worse. In 2003, there was even people were not even in. The only difference is that there was no violence because there were nobody, there were no people just go to the polling booth. Results are ready from home. PDP, they come to the polling center with already prepared results. So there was even no room for violence. If we even leave that alone, our principal today in Anambra State, I think the first governor of Anambra State was Zumba before the Ingige and the Uba brothers. We know the role Obasanjo played in that drama. We all remember the role he played. What about in Edo State? He made sure that Professor Sarimo Sumbo was declared the winner. They took a flight to Benin to declare him the winner against Oshomole. And it has to take the court that sacked Osarimo Sumbo and reinstalled Oshomole. The same thing happened in Anambra State. The Uba brothers, like I've mentioned, in Gege, before Peter Obi was I think that was even the first time I even got a glimpse of Peter Obi. I think his deputy then was Etiaba or something like that. I can't quite remember. Yeah. I followed that news. I was like, who is this man? Very gentle and, followed him. I said, this is somebody that you have to keep your eyes on. That is what Obasanjo did. That's exactly what he did. And the constitution that we are all crying about now, he had all the opportunities of amending the constitution. But what did he do? He was only interested in amending it and giving him opportunity for a third term. That is the greed, the typical sit-tight syndrome of every African leaders. All of them. Instead of him to have amended that constitution to carry everybody along, he left the constitution for his own personal greed. He didn't want to offend the oligarchs. It's like 50-50, little to the left, a little to the right. Let all of us have what we are looking for and let the nation just continue like that. That is Obasanjo. What about in 2015? He was part of the people that brought in Buhari when he knew quite well that Buhari has gotten nothing to offer. But because of just that grand conspiracy to remove Jonathan from the way, how can a sitting a past president, a national, a national figure for a political party, you came out publicly to tour the card of your PDP. Even if you felt aggrieved the way PDP treated, can't you just, stay inside? But he fueled the emblem. He gave gas to the fire that brought in Buhari to power. He was part and parcel of it. And we have seen the destruction Buhari has caused for the past 8 years. So the summary, the point I'm just trying to make is that it's not about not acknowledging Obasanjo as a statesman. Yes, he's trying to be part of this obedient move, which is good. But trust me, if he had done what he was supposed to do, the battle we are facing today, maybe we would not have even faced it in the first place. Or the battle wouldn't have been as enormous as this. I think that's for history. We have to keep reminding ourselves what our history, where we are coming from, so that we know exactly where we are going to. So that when we are calling out the heroes in future, we know who the heroes truly are. Yeah, having said that, I still give kudos to him because it takes a brave man to understand that, okay, I've gone the wrong way. It's time to take another trajectory to do the right thing. And thank God Obasanjo has taken that route, but that wouldn't erase his checkered history. Like I said, if he did half of what he was supposed to do, I'm sure Nigeria would have been a. Just imagine that 1999 constitution that has tied everybody with his power, the power he had then. He could force the National Assembly to amend that constitution to truly reflect the will and the wishes of the people. but he would have none of that. We choose to go a different direction. Well, having said all that, I think I'll just conclude by saying that no matter what the mountain we are facing today, there's nothing that cannot be surmounted. Before you know, we'll get into a state of equilibrium. Like CM, the Dr. CM, remember you quoted the catalyst principle.
It's true.
Yeah,
It's
you
true.
know, yeah, if I remember my chemistry well,
Yeah,
if you have,
when a
yeah,
system is in
in
equilibrium,
equilibrium,
like when we did Niger Watch, we are in equilibrium,
yeah.
and
If
somebody
you if you
somewhere
put if you put anything, the system will kind of adjust to go
adjust
back to
to
that equilibrium state.
to
Whatever you
neutralize
put, yeah.
yes,
If you put more reactant, it will give you more product. If you put
more
more
product.
products, the product will degenerate back to reactant. I think that's basic what
Yes,
the catalyst principle is talking about.
yes,
So no matter what, we will achieve that equilibrium. And once we achieve that, the sky is going to be our limit. And the obedient will forever be remembered in history. That is why everybody, if you see everybody attacking the obedience, those are the true owners of Nigeria. They are the people attacking the obedience because they know that it's only the obedient group that is
but
willing, that has that courage and the tenacity to remove Nigeria from their hands and give it back to the people. And that's exactly what Peter Obi
Chris,
stands for.
exactly,
Okay.
Chris, one moment, it's like when a lion. There's a saying that when a lion is sleeping, don't go and wake up the lion. Better do your thing
Exactly.
and go. People said, "Hey, the youth, you complain, take over, come and join politics." Come. Now the youth came out. They
It's
saw Obi
problem.
as the rallying point, and
It's
now
problem.
you now want to tell them that they don't belong. It's not possible now. That is where the problem is. So that's what I'm saying. You
Yeah,
see?
the mistake has already been made. The mistake was, I think, it's 48 laws of power. Which law is that? Never underrate your opponents, and they underrated Peter Obi. So that's the mistake they made. So today they can see now that it was a very terrible mistake. But now we are already in the race. The information, everything is out there.
Okay.
So nobody can change anything again. Thank God it's a digital world.
It's true.
Everybody have every bit of information of what transpired. The videos are there. Well, thank you very much. And
Mr. Chris, let me correct one, and it's not correction. Let me just say I'm suggesting when you said the obedient, an obedient person is a Nigerian. Anybody that's not obedient is not a Nigerian. That's why they're in Aso Rock. So any Nigerian is an obedience. Let's just have that in our mind.
yeah, that's ordinarily how it will be. I agree with you completely. But I still know some people that don't want to go under that under that name. They just want to say they are working for the benefit of Nigeria. They are working for some people don't just want to be called obedient, but I am proudly obedient. And that's whom I am, and that's what I'm fighting for. So, back to you, Dr. CM, and thank you, Mr. Marshala, for the explanation. Thank you, Dr. CM, for the time. So I
Mhm.
yield. Yeah.
Okay. I think it's Black. Is it Black Panther? I don't know. Okay, F.A.
Yeah,
Manuel or Black Panther. I don't know.
I'm here.
Black
Okay.
Panther.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. I don't know. I have a friend I call Master Chris. He's a small, he's a mid school boy. He's my friend. So I always, sometimes I want to call your name. I'll hesitate a little bit, not to say Master Chris. Thank you for that. I'm outside. You hear some little noise.
Okay, sir.
I'm here. Just on the noisy. Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for. Sorry for that cut. I want to say something here. I want to thank everyone. I want to most especially. I want to thank Mr. Chris, Mr. Omosola, he was very direct. He wasn't hesitating. He was very blunt. I want to thank Sister Rita. I want to thank Madame Moye. Sam Moye, thank you very much. You see, the passion is there. And I want to thank most especially our mommy diaspora. I want to thank her for always present and always keeping everybody up, all the other people that are out there, keeping them, aware of what is going on, and also telling them what directing us on what to do. So I just want to say here now today, when I said Nigeria is not yet a captured state, when you say captured state, Nigeria is a big country. Nigeria is a big country that is diversified into various groups. It is the only country where you have a huge amount of languages, more than 250, because we've not really gone down to really ask to conclude on the languages that we have. Because even in Edo State, you have a lot of languages there. You have the Akoko Edo, you have the Ishan, you have a lot that even in the north, they have a lot. Even in Igbo, the Igbo, some of them are different. So we have a lot, and our researchers and our intellectuals, our literature people, the historians, they know that is one thing I don't like about we ourselves. We don't like to write our history. We like somebody to come and write it for us. Just imagine common language. We cannot even do our research and make a final conclusion. Let everybody that did not put them into that group, let them come out to say, no, you did not include me. That's a good way of starting. But when we keep quiet and we start assuming, it's absurd, and it pains me a lot, because most of the African history, we were not written by Africans. And I don't know why it's so. And we have a lot of intellectuals here. We have a lot. So I beseech our intellectuals, the historians, the ones that go about researching about the origin and other languages, and to go and write a book. Try to give us a book about our languages. How many we have? Because I know we have more than 300. And Nigeria is one of the countries that has so many languages because if you want to capture a state, it's not be you being there as a president, go there and you capture it, and in believe say you can. It's an opportunity. The person that gets to power has a lifespan. After 4 years, you go out. If we want to talk about capture state, we talk about Cameroon. This is a capture state. They do anything. The president can be anywhere. He dish out laws, and that is it. Even he can be in the sick bed, in surgery, you say, take that man to jail. They will do. That is a capture state. A man that has been there for long, more than 30 years. And we have another one, is he not one other one again? The other guy that is in Diane and his wife, they are just like what happened in Zambia. The other one again, is it Museveni? That is another capture state. He has been there more than 35 years. That is an establishment of a capture state. You cannot speak in that country. They will take you down. Look at Bobby Wine. Bobby Wine was trying to take part. Bobby Wine is just like what Obi is doing here. But he cannot do it. He could not even approach the court. They took him down. They went to the extent of nakeding his wife in public. That is a capture state. Where the judiciary will not even ascertain what they will not even hear your voice that election was rigged. They will not even hear it. That is a capture state. Bobby Wine couldn't go to court. They couldn't give him anything, any evidence, couldn't even approach. And he's rising up again to contest because he believes in his country. And I beseech us to just relax. Like Mr. Moye spoke a lot about things that are happening in Nigeria. Let me say categorically clear. This thing that you see that is happening now in Nigeria, it has been happening. Only that it has not. We have not really voiced it out because Nigeria, they have been deprived of a lot of things. Our press knows about all the. Yeah.
Can I just interrupt you for a minute?
Okay.
Do you mind maybe just because I want to try to follow this your idea of capture state? You might just try to list out these characteristic of a capture state. I know if I can just point out some of the things you've said so far, it appears if you're in power for a long time and you've taken control over everything, that's one of the criteria to meet a capture state. Do you mind just so I don't get lost? Because I'm trying to
Okay. A capture state, one of the characteristics is that you are in power for a long time, not only a long time, every structures that is there, you dictate who is going to be there. Anything you want to perpetrate cannot be subjected to any structure that is being funded by the Constitution. A capture state does not really mean that, the cartel will come in and start doing it. No. A capture state is a state that all the structures are in your pocket. Even when you are leaving, you still put somebody there. And you'll be outside still dictating what is going on in the country. That is what all of them are doing. That is what the Cameroonian is doing. That is what he's about to do. He's training his child now to become the president of Cameroon as we are talking now.
Black Manta, can we say Lagos is a capture state now?
Lagos?
Yes.
Lagos is not a capture state.
Okay.
It's not a capture state. We have a problem with our electoral laws. It's not in their pocket. That is why you see them, they are still dozing out money. In a capture state, you don't doze out money. You speak and your word comes to pass. If you don't do it, they take you down. That is a capture state. That is what you mean by capture state. When you do something, you don't do it well, they take you and you're nowhere to be seen anymore. That is a capture state.
Black Panther, sorry, can I just cut in? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I clearly understand your theory of a capture state, and I completely agree with you. But can you develop it and include Russia and tell us from your opinion if Russia is a capture state?
Russia, as it is, Russia have a history. Russia has a very strong history. And Russia has an history whereby a ruler can rule for, a person that is ruling can rule for 15 years. Then when he goes out, he will now, that is their system. I believe Russia is their system because from the day henceforth, they were practicing this communist system of government. And in a communist system of government, you look at it as if it's a capture state. But it's not a capture state. Because a capture state never develops. But they work under the auspice of just one man. And it doesn't have structures that goes about doing things well and developing at its own pace.
I get your point now. So I think the only thing that sets Russia apart is that, okay, despite it has all the inklings of a captured state, but the difference is that it's experiencing development because otherwise, every other thing you've talked about, people cannot tell. The government is at liberty to do whatever they want to do. They don't even need to bribe any person with money. If you are found wanting, they take you out.
That is it. They don't bribe.
Yeah, Russia falls in that category also. But the only difference is that the African kind of captured state, no development. Everything is zero. But in Russia, there's a lot of development going on. And it has been a system they've been practicing. Thank you for the explanation. Can you just continue, please? Thank you.
Black Panther. Let me add to what you just say, Mr. Chris just said. African own is that African is poverty
Yeah.
induced capital state. Continue. I just want to add that to you.
Okay. I want to say, continue saying that, look, all what has been happening in Nigeria that is somewhere is mind blowing. But this thing has been happening, but it's because our press, our media have been suppressed. That is why sometimes you look at our media acting negatively instead of acting positively. They've been captured. Why did Nigeria refuse to join the League of Nigerian Press? Because he knew that if he joined, he also will be captured. A right-thinking man that wants to invest his money will not invest in the media in Nigeria. That is why you see media are being owned by one man. And their man belongs to a political group. That is not supposed to be so. Even if you own a media sector function, and you cannot, in the Western world, you see they have the same ideology, but they are not particularly a member of that party. But they keep on giving news from both ends, and they do what investigation. But your media in Nigeria does not have that code of conduct of investigation. All what they have is just to disseminate information, but they don't investigate. That is just it. Because they have been suppressed. And why are they suppressed? Because the military brought that law of suppression, and the civilian who dropped their military uniform continue with that law of oppression, suppressing them to succumb. I want to take everyone's mind to when Buhari was in government. The EFCC director, if I can remind all of you, he went around all the media houses. When Buhari he went around all the media houses. You know that man was rejected by the National Assembly, but that guy went around all the media houses, and the media houses automatically changed again, because that guy reminded them of the code of conduct, and he told them blank, despite that guy was rejected by the National Assembly. So those things have been happening. That is why we say there is no freedom of expression of the press. That is why Martin Luther King said one thing that I believe. He said, if your media house is captured, your political, I want to paraphrase it, then the political environment is captured, then the only survivor, the only thing that can break that cocoon is for the people to rise and break it with every means possible. Even if they spill their red oil, they should spill it. That is why I said the promised land, he might not get there, but he's seen the promised land. He has seen it. But he said he might not get there because he sees the faces of the wicked coming after him. He knew.
Yeah,
he knew he was not going to see it.
Black Panther, I've just got it. You see, the point we are making now is so important that I think somebody quoted, I forgot the name. He said, I would prefer a country without a government, but with an effective journalism, than a country without journalism, but with government. That's to tell you how important.
God bless you. Yes. That's to show you how important it is, because the institution that will leak out, and subject every institution to be upright in their dealing and their attitude, in their character, and in their submission to the Constitution is the press. That is the only institution. Because the press has a way of having people in government too that will be giving them information. Like in the American White House, they have men there that will tell them that, oh, the president is trying to forget about the secret. They bring her out. Would they see and would they hear her? Before you know, the government will come with press release, say, no, they happen. No. I lie you, but we know they know say what happen. So they don't know how the president get information. That is just systematic. That is the way. That is the called freedom of information, freedom of expression. We don't have it. That is why our institution. That is why they are fighting us. We that are disseminating information to them, they are fighting us to take it because they don't want the people to hear the real thing. That is why you see they come out with lie. They will. I told you people that these politicians have no system. They cannot change. They will always use the same principle, the same logic, the same way. If they even have logic, self, they will use the same way. I told you they will never change. Have they changed now? No. They will go out there, they will come to you and tell you lies. The next day you hear in the international media that, oh, that thing is not true. That is the same system. That is why I tell everybody should to study the Nigerian politicians very well. Study them. When you study them, I said they don't have anything upstairs. They don't have anything to give you. It's only Peter Obi that have come out with something that was totally different. The first time in the history of Nigeria, even in Africa, I've not heard that any politician since I've been following them. Maybe somebody have heard it, where a man will come out with economic plan, where a man will tell you that these people that are doing this thing, they are inside the government, not the people. Where a man will stand and defend the people. That the people are not the problem, we are the problem. And a man will bring up a broad economic program. A man will go out researching in different countries and he will come out using his own money to make research and tell you that this is the problem of Nigeria and I'm here to fix it. Boldness is, he said, I am here to fix it. I can never forget that language. He said, I am here to fix the Nigerian problem. I know where the problem is. It is not hard, it's simple. It is very simple. That is why I say if the head is ripe, the body cannot get rotten because the head is ripe. That man is using a simple analogy, simple logic to explain things to us. That is why the idea, the new generation bought into this idea, and that became so elaborate that even the Western world knows. But one thing about the Western world that I'm seeing, everybody is not bringing out his neck. They are using their institution to do some things. Even if their institution is retrieving, they are so slow. Because the reality, like what Mrs. Badarita said, he said there is a wind of change in the structure of the world. If it were before, you see Britain coming into the problem boldly, entering it, discussing it in their parliament. But now they don't do it. That is to tell you that what Madam Rita said is true. These are the things. These are the signs. They are not coming out boldly. Even the French, you see the French, they are crawling. They are just crawling. They will make one statement, they will stay quiet because they know the world is changing. When you are setting up G20, you are setting up G50, G2, BRICS. Don't you know that something is not perfect? Something will go wrong because people are getting to know, the countries are getting to know that they have power because they have resources. And if you have the economic power, you can dictate the pace of the world because what you have is what the West need. And when you begin to join this group, you begin to tell the group that, look, I am going to give you 10% for this price. That was why America went to do a bargain with Saudi Arabia to exchange oil for dollar. That was why it came like this. Now we got what they need in the 20th century that is coming ahead of. We got the uranium. We got everything, what they use for nuclear stuff, we got it. What they use to produce their aircraft, we got it in Africa. Now we can, if Africa can sit down, it is very difficult for them to come in because they preach about democracy, they preach about human rights, they preach about so many things that they cannot retrieve from the world. Now, that is why I say to everybody, you cannot go against the train that is coming now. Alex always say this. He's not going to know how it's going to happen. He doesn't know how it's going to happen, but he knows that when it happens, it's going to consume a lot of things. That even ourselves, we might lose some things, but we should know that this is the forces that are determined to change the tide of things that are coming ahead. So we are going to change it. We might not be the one, but because we have been disseminating information and the world is listening to us. Don't think they are not listening. They are listening to us. People have been assembling in the United Nations. They've been talking. They've been talking that we need to stop these issues of giving Africa loan while they have the resources. People are taking it free from the country. This is neo-colonization. Men are there dishing out, telling people. You see, now in the Arab nation, they don't even have anything against them much again. You see, America released almost $600 billion, $60 billion to Iran. How long can you give a nation sanction and they are still living upright? How long? The world, the tide is changing. It's either you sit down with these people, dialogue with them, and come to a compromise and let everybody move as a body that is have the same right under one God. So in Nigerian case, we are coming to that scenario whereby it will snap, and if it snap, look, see, there is nothing they are going out there to sell for Nigeria. Nothing. It's a mono economy. If you don't produce, it's simple. If you don't produce, the dollar will still be appreciating. If you don't go back to your farm, you don't manufacture, the dollar will be appreciating. Nothing you can do. You can keep on borrowing. That's why I come against all these economies that say there's nothing wrong with borrowing. There's something wrong with borrowing. There's something wrong with borrow. Why will you be borrowing when you cannot? Why will you continue to borrow? Why will you continue to borrow? When we became a nation, did we borrow? Were we not surviving for more than 25 years? Was it in our intention to borrow? Who made us to borrow? Let us think. Let us be critical thinkers. Let us be critical thinkers. We have a lot that we can put on ground that will produce billions of dollars every month for Nigeria. Nigeria and coming together with Africa as one nation under one God, we will take over the world. And Africa will be a superpower if we can come. And the Kenya president, I usually say, I love that man. He has started a thing. He has spoken, and he has spoken well. He might not be the one to take it, to put Africa together, but he has started one thing. And that thing he has started, he has told the world and the people what they were thinking about Ruto. They said he is a bad man. He has told them, I am not a bad man. As long as I live, we are going to open the borders for other African countries so that we can have open borders. That is what the Western world are refusing us. Why are they having open borders? Why are they deterring us from not having open borders? Those are the questions. Why are they deterring us from not having open borders? If we have open borders, we trade among ourselves, we will be self-sufficient. There will be nothing like one place is there, you cannot farm. Africa is fertile. That is why they are coming in to destroy our environment so that we will need them and keep on begging and keep on taking their loan. So I just want to rest my case from here and give other people a chance to speak. But one thing I want to tell you people, we should not give up hope. We should be strong. We should have thick skin. Nigeria is on the verge. Forget, it will be darker. It will be more darker, but we'll break through. I believe one thing will break through. And for the Supreme Court, I am so afraid for them. I am so afraid for them. It might not be their judgment that will snap it up, but it might come from a man from that Asurok that will just speak one day and that will smack it up, and you see people on the street. Even the soldiers will throw their arms somewhere. They will run and throw their arms somewhere. That is how it's going to snap up. So let us keep on giving out the information. The information is biting them hard. That is why they are trying as much as possible to bring that Twitter and other thing in Nigeria, but they cannot do it because they are touching the funds of the Western world if they do that. So that will make them, they will tie their hand. They cannot go out to borrow anymore. If they touch all those media houses, all those internet stuff that are on the cyberspace, they touch it, Africa is in trouble. So thank you.
So thank you, Black Panther. Who next? Give us a mandate.
I think it's one
Mashallah.
love.
I think it's F. Emmanuel. I'm not sure if F. Emmanuel has spoken.
Okay, F. Emmanuel, is he here?
Yeah, he's still there.
One love.
Is he?
CM, bypass me for now, please. Bypass me for now, please, for a minute.
Okay, one love, is it? One.
Yeah, but I have a question though. I have a question for Black Panther. I don't think what you need to see anymore to say that Nigeria is not a capture state, because what's more can we say? People are already begging for food. Government is not functioning as intended. People are being taken down in their numbers without any recourse. Even the one sitting in power is is the head of drug baron, and the nonsense and
Sorry
shenanigans they
to
are
cut
doing.
you. That is an example of a failed state.
Well, I mean, for me, with everything that we have seen, even played out in the judiciary, we're only being scared for Supreme Court, and I only if they will not rubber stamp what is happening, then we can say we have not captured. Because what happened in tribunal, what more can you say? Did you see the story in Kano State? There's a guy in Kano State that talked to their own judiciary. He said, take bribe and buy. If you guys saw that story, it was on Twitter. He told them, he said, take bribe, and then they buy their life.
Yeah,
That guy,
he was our manager.
yeah,
Yes, I saw that story in Kano. Thank you very much for bringing
yeah,
that
that
to
guy. I
the
mean,
surface.
that guy was so bold. He was like,
Yeah, but
judiciary,
the
we will not
governor
beg
has
you.
dropped him, has suspended him. I was expecting the people that called obedience name. I was expecting them to speak up because that guy is he's not a part of the LP and nobody is talking. The guy threatened the judges, you know.
You know,
So yeah,
there are some territory that those guys, this APC and then these shenanigans they are doing, they cannot dare it. And because I mean, I would not say it's just basically on the part of our. I mean, thank God for our principal, but I'm very sure that that guy, for that guy that to have come out and say judiciary in Kano State, take bribe, and then you either take bribe or you buy your life. Was so bold, like nobody can dare him. So for me, I don't think there's any other when pastors, imam, they are not speaking anymore. They are even scared of their own life. What more can we say, my brother? Nothing is far fetched from this. This country is already captured. We just praying that God should. We just praying that things should. I mean, Supreme Court. Let's see how they go, and then maybe that will now decide to make him to now either decide what Nigerians will do or what they will not do.
For me, looking at the way Nigeria is right now, everything that is happening, we are just still being patient. If you look at the world and look at the map of Africa, the continent of Africa, if you turn in any way you turn the map of Africa, what you see is a form of a weapon. And when you have a weapon, when you fire the weapon, that is where Nigeria is. I have always looked at that map and I look at it as seeing a pistol and seeing Africa. The world, the world is Africa is the world's pistol, and who holds the pistol is Nigeria. If anything happens in Nigeria, it's obviously going to affect the entire world. Nigerian judges, if you can just sit down and imagine, play a film in your head. We have been watching movies. Just play that film in your head and see what it looks like when you turn the gun to the world. Nigeria is the pistol. We are the trigger. And the judges, you might be the one to maybe, because Nigeria is the gun is loaded. Africa is loaded. All the mineral resources in Africa. And somebody has said, if Nigeria wakes up, Africa has woken up. The judges were waiting for you to either you turn everything around and correct the wrong, or you decide to go with the judges that have done their own. And wherever they are right now, I know they are not happy. Your mind will be judging them. But if you decide to follow on with the judgment that they give, that means you have turned the gun to the world, and I don't know who. You are waiting for who will press the trigger. And once the trigger starts, an average Nigerian youth has, to them, they don't have any hope. The only hope they have is Peter Obi. And like I always say, no Obi, no Nigeria. There is no way Nigeria will stand if there's no Obi. No human being would like to be in this government for the next 4 years. Just 100 days, everybody's complaining. I'm not talking of 1 year. By 1 year, what will happen? It's just 100 days. Everybody's shouting and crying. So if we leave you to rule us for the next 4 years, I saw a video today showing people leaving Nigeria. It's as if they open Evans gates and the crowd that was leaving the airport. In my mind, I said, which airline is going to take all these people? Nigeria is like we are in war. Everybody's running away. Everybody's running away. And the painful part is I will listen to Nigeria word, and some people will be saying, we are talking because we are not in Nigeria. We should come down to Nigeria. Do you think we are happy being here? Do you know how many professionals that their dream have been cut short just because they left Nigeria? I've seen a doctor that just graduated before I left Nigeria. The boy is a small boy, just graduated, called me up. I want to renovate the building. I helped this boy to renovate the building. I left. It's not up to 1 year. He's calling me that he's now in the UK. This is someone that knows his onions. You have so many of them like that have left Nigeria. The best are leaving. And the touts that didn't go to school are in control. That's why there's courts everywhere. That's why there's courts. You can't go to school. You will not let people that went to school take control of the country. You went to school, certificate, you can't show us. Okay, don't show us certificate. Show me your classmates. Show me your classmates. There's no how. Everybody on this planet, we all went to primary school. I can mention 5 of my classmates in primary school. I can mention 5 of my classmates in secondary school. I can mention 5 classmates in the university. Tinubu, mention one. We've been talking about you didn't go to school. Somebody came out from nowhere. And you didn't find a very good media house. It's your own TV station you went to just show that, yes, you are just a fraudster. And I know you are cooking on that fraud somewhere. You are cooking it, trying to perfect it. And it will not work. Is it a crime that Nigerians are shouting that they don't want you? You've bribed all your way so far. because you have just shown us. It's just an evidence that throughout your life you've been buying people because you buy certificates, you buy human beings, but you can't buy Nigeria. Nigeria is not for sale. They didn't put for sale in Nigeria. So if you have any dignity in your head at all, if there's any word called dignity in your head anywhere that is mistaken, maybe it's missing somewhere, please look for it and just resign and let people be at peace. Mahmoud Yakubu, I do not understand how you can still be living in Nigeria comfortably. You are the one that putting us in this rubbish we are in. You are punishing Nigerians by your statements midnight when human beings are sleeping. You announce demon upon Nigeria. Now the demons are in control. They've taken power, yet they are not comfortable. Nigerian judges, we are not going to beg you. You are right now, to me, you are the one holding the gun now. What you say determines what Nigerians will press next, if it's the trigger. But the painful part is Nigerian youths are too docile, I will say, for now. But it's being an obedience is like saying, Obi has said, calm down. If one man can tell a full country, calm down, that lets you know the power the man has. We are not waiting for him to tell us to be on the streets. Just because a man has said, calm down, and average Nigerian is calm down. If it was to be Shure by now, anarchy everywhere. That's the quality Peter B is bringing. A good leader that can say one word, calm down, and the full country is calmed. Judiciary, please do not provoke the patient dog. We are being patient now. We are moving around. Tinubu's cabinet, people are enjoying yourself. Do not provoke us, because when you provoke, it NSAS will be a child's play. NSAS will be a child's play. And that is if Nigerians don't want to suffer again. But if they don't come out, that means they are okay with it. And anybody can speak.
Okay. So who's next? Thank you, F. Emmanuel. Who's next? Give us our mandate. One love. Abi, night don't come to Texas. Shebi.
No, let one love go. Let one love go.
Because afternoon
One
now
love
for
never
Texas.
answer now.
So okay, it's true.
One
One love.
love they will do for now people dey talk. As
For
one
where
love
in then?
Mr.
Where
One Love,
one
are
love?
you there?
Abi,
One Love is nowhere to be found though.
should be 2 o'clock. Is it not 2 o'clock in Texas? So where people they sleep?
2 o'clock. This is after 5 Texas time.
Not the same. 2 and 3, 2 and 5, no be the same.
Really? Okay,
Abi,
now
you know, say nine neck we there now. Everything not the same.
you cannot
You
bring
know.
INEC here. You can take INEC to Chicago State.
But that university, they don't. Tinubu don't mess them up. You know, say
They don't chop corn now. They chop agbado. They
on
don't chop corn.
our way there, US. Do you think that Americans will be applying to that university again? Eh?
You don't need to apply. See, it's not even of you applying. Who don't go that school get certificate now while I in the you not get job. Who did that school? We never get job. We just graduate now, say you won't go and find work. And I get the headache now.
So, which means Tinubu too clever. You don't even do masters. No, only Chicago stop, and he still.
You know you're that person talk. I say not matter of masters. Person not get classmates. What classmate will come and say, okay, now my classmates?
Some
You
people,
get
some
plenty
people
money,
say,
you get plenty money, alumni meeting, say, okay, Tinubu contribute or Tinubu
See,
give
yes.
Make I tell you now what they happen now. Did you people saw what Obasanjo did to the traditionals too?
Okay, traditional ruler.
Yeah, I saw it.
God bless you. You see,
so that thing
what is
real.
what is going on now? You see, if you go and check the history of the Yorubas, the Yorubas does not have Obas overflogging their land. But because of the political and the constitution, that was why I was clamoring that the constitution should take in the traditional head, because they are the custodian of the land. And when you bring them and subject them to the ordinary people who are the subject to them, then you now make them subject to the ordinary people. Now you can compromise them for your political gain. That is what has happened now. Since they started giving out all this Oba-ship anywhere, you give if you all form 20 houses, you give the Oba. You form 20 villages, you give Oba. You go here, you give Oba. That was a political. If you check the history of the Yoruba, it was not like that. But because of the infiltration of the so-called political and democracy, it had brought about it. And now the Yorubas too is being penciled down. And you know one funny thing he did? He said they should stand up. They stood up. He said they should sit down. They sit down. He said one thing. He said, outside, you know why I prostrated for the Oni of Ife? He said, outside, I will prostrate for you. But inside my room, you will prostrate for me. Go make una go think what that thing mean. It means a lot.
I didn't understand what he said, but I feel that my instinct is telling me that he told them that they stood up for Governor Makinde. Why didn't they stand up for him? He's a president or something. I don't know whether I got it right. I think something like that.
No, they didn't stand up for the governor.
Okay.
He was mad. Say, why did he stand up for the governor? They did not tell them that according to the constitution, the governor is above you. You see the ridicule? It's above you. You see what I've been saying now? You see how it plays now.
Instead of seeing himself like a president.
See, you can't blame Obasanjo. You know why? The Yoruba kings are belittled themselves. Benin king, Warri king will not behave that way. Sultan of Sokoto will not behave that way. All the Yoruba kings, they have levels, they have hierarchy. Oni of Ife he has his own class. The Oba of Lagos has his own class. But because they've dabbled into politics, they have no relevance again. Because in those days, you want to run for politics, it is you that is contest for election that will go and meet the king. I'm here, I want to contest, so please tell your people that they should vote for me. But now that is not there again. That's not there again. And because all the kings are young, majority of the kings are still young, and they want to go with the affluence of being young and being jet age. You have left your culture and you're doing the wrong thing. That's why Abacha can tell them to stand up and sit down. That means I'm not the president, but I have voice. I can command you kings to stand and then sit.
My brother, you know why this, let me just interject you for me. You know why this is happening? In the history of the Yorubas, these Obas were not existing. Many, about 75% of them were not existing. It's right there in history. They were not existing.
That's why I said the Oni of Ife, the King of Lagos, Sultan of Sokoto, Olu of Warri, Oba of Benin, they are the first class kings we have in Nigeria. The rest of them are let me say, follow come, because the king is the government that put them there. They have staff of office from government. That's why he can tell them stand up and sit down. He has just mocked their traditional system in Nigeria, and they are just mocked the Yoruba people. The Yoruba man is also a chief, so he's just disgracing their culture by telling their kids to stand up.
That is why I said all this issue of staff of office. That is why you see in our side, the Benin, all this issue of staff of office. Yeah, I know this CMO.
No, they don't give a Benin.
You cannot give my Oba staff of office now.
A staff of office. They don't have staff of office. At least I have watched some years, but I think before that was good block, they came to commission something in Escavos. All the kings in Delta State were in that place. The president walked into that hall. The late Olu of Ori was the one there. That was the president Olu, his father. The Olu of Ori sat down majestically. The rest kings stood up. And I asked the question, so why is he not standing up? I said, the Olu of Ori does not stand up for anybody. Because the man knows his rights. He knows his rights. He knows his culture. If I were those kings and you tell me to stand up, and I refuse to stand up, will you kill me? No, you can't buy me because I didn't stand up. Because all of them they don't know their culture again. History is gone. History is gone. That means tomorrow, someone that has money can command a king. That was what he just did. I can command the king. Commanded the king, stand up, sit down. He said, because as a king, once the president comes in anywhere, or a governor comes in anywhere, you have to stand up. Before you know that, they will say senators too. See what CM?
Yes, please.
Say something. Everybody don't quiet too.
I don't. That's why they listening. Be like, who is one love uncle?
I'm not quiet too. I just be listening what you they talk. So you see,
I've been the watch.
The institution.
One love.
You see this staff of office thing. You know, the last coronation of Oba of Benin, Oshomole be one trial. Say don't give directive, may they take.
You know go feed do a lie.
Say don't give directive, may they take coronate the new Oba. Now the whole Benin rise up against them. His secretary, whether not chief press secretary, they had to quickly withdraw the statement. Say it was issued in error. You know, so.
But to me, a serious governor, just forget about all the traditional. Go and face the business of the day. Nothing concern you with institutions that have been existing before they even born your father. So why are you going there?
Those traditional leaders they are structures now, structures of corruption. That is why they don't. The governor pay them monthly. Don't you know? Look at Elegbushi, Oba of Elegbushi now. It was formed by this drug man. It was formed by him now. There was nothing like Oba Elegbushi. For the history of Nigeria, you hear any Elegbushi, anything like Elegbushi for Lagos. They just carve and form and put Oba there. They are just like councillor. Before what in Benin, they are chiefs. They are like ministers. They give them it's like a minister handling this territory. You minister handle. They call them. I don't know. Is it not the Enogis they call them? They handle different territory. They don't give them Oba. We only have one Oba, and that's supposed to be one Oba, not the Oba every corner. Oba every corner. They are chiefs, but the constitution.
In Yoruba, they call them Bale. Bale now.
Bale.
He's like the oldest man in that community. So because everybody wants to be a king, they upgraded them to become kings from Bale. So you go to a small community, you will see that this man is the oldest man, he's the Bale. But if you find out, he's like looking for a way that they'll make him a king of that small community. So that's why they have kings everywhere.
That is why I say the Yoruba should sit down and write their own history. All this adulterated thing the Western world is giving them, it no go make sense. So now they don't tell them they sit down, get up, sit down like secondary school students. Sit down, get up, sit down, get up. The next thing I slap, they give them a face. Then everybody will come wise up.
But to me, I feel that the traditional ruler should be
Black
respected
Panther.
more than
Sorry, Steve.
Obasanjo. Yeah, okay.
I don't think the West has anything to do with the Yoruba culture. It's just Obasanjo trying to emulate those guys. The West does not have anything to do with the Yoruba culture. It's just the fact that what most of you have said is actually right. You know, one thing is people, I think we call them people that eat and then drop, you know, when people eat and then they drop soup on their body because they don't chop draw soup, they cannot tell the truth anymore. Most of them are just being, I don't know how to call them. It's just sad, and it is just because of this one man called Sunumbu, the drug baron. Go ahead, to see him.
No, what I wanted to say was, I feel in the scheme of things, traditional rulers should be much more respected than Obasanjo. Obasanjo is just an former president. You can't order
Exactly.
the custodian of the culture. That's what I'm saying. Forget about, okay, if Obasanjo is the president now and he visited such a place, even at that, you can't command a traditional ruler. They are the custodian of the culture and tradition of the people. You can't command them. Publicly, yes, please.
We find out very well. What Obasanjo did might be something that has discussed maybe in a small platform with his friends, and maybe don't worry. Next year,
Yeah, but it's wrong. But it's wrong now.
That is not Nigeria. It is Nigeria. Anything can happen. There is nothing. It's not Nigeria that we're talking about. All the kings, as you see, now all the kings they are there. They are scared of Obasanjo. They can't face him. They can't face him. It's not wicked that in one video we saw wicked telling a king his village that he said his cap is like a Mongo Park, what you call him. Embarrass the man inside the
politician.
That's how they are.
Politicians always they always put a fight with traditional rulers, and I don't know why.
Yes.
I don't know why. Every politician, they must have a traditional ruler that.
You know, say that boy will become king for River. Sorry to cut you. You know, that boy become king for River State. Now, wicked talk when they use for that area. So that's why wicked talk say he gather cloth for body like Mongo Park people.
A very small boy, a small boy. Embarrass the man there.
No, you know, embarrassing. Now, wicked boy. I know the guy now, wicked boy now.
Not the Mongo Park. He say this one, he was making trouble up and down, running up and down. Now he carry cloth, put for head like Usman Afodio.
Yes.
I did say even people for north. I did say they go react for that thing. He say put cloth for head like Usman Afodio. Wicked.
Say we can get mouth, you get bad mouth.
But
they think before you talk.
Now boys when you still walk, so now I make a fit talk to her like that.
How you go make talk king? How you make talk king?
When Wicked they talk for that gathering, the guy was shaking his head as in he agreed to what Wicked was saying. Now Wicked say, what are you doing? All this, they are all fake. They are all fake.
I'm not your.
Say they are all fake.
Wicked a bad boy.
Even that Amechi case, you know, when Amechi run go Ghana, now Wicked face Obasanjo for that case. Amechi was in Ghana. It was Wicked that was going to court till they finally won. Wicked a complete bad guy.
A person like Wike, if you are doing business secret with and at your own risk, because the moment you take champagne or you drink that your gogoro, you can reveal everything. You don't care. See this Tinubu where in the serve now. Let Obi get in and reshuffle all these ministers. Tinubu, Wike go say the truth. You go grant interview. He said they know how they rig rivers. After all, Tinubu was not there. You go talk and say, we know how we rig them. Obi should forgive
Don't
him.
worry, CM. Don't worry, CM. Foul Nyash go open. Don't worry when that time come.
We know. You will hear what he will say. We say, after all, we rigged it. Who know APC for rivers? If
You
not,
see,
we rig them.
CM. Before now, we can open his mouth and say the hero of this election is Obi.
It's
So on what basis is he saying that Obi is the hero? On what basis? If he didn't know that Obi won the election.
No, because they
Nah.
upon all the thing where they rig, Obi still get something. Now it is surprise. Upon all the things where they rig.
CM, did you watch Wike when he went to inspect Abuja municipal, the estate they were building? Did you watch what Wike told the government official, the ministers?
But he tried there. Wike
boy, the guy tried there. I beg, the guy tried well.
The guy tried there. Even the woman, that Muslim woman by his side, like saying be the deputy, whatever, the PAMSEC, the woman was even supporting him. Wike tried there.
What Wike talk?
He asked the contractor, say this house and they built, so how can the common man afford it? How much is a flat going for? What's the cost of one bedroom? Like this man was saying 9 million, and this 7 million. So we can answer, how do you expect the common man to afford this? He even used one vulgar word against the man. What was that word again? I can't remember. One very street word against the man. No?
No, you see all these people. What Wike is trying to do. Wike has his own bad character, but you see, is that kind of person, like, he's a go-getter. That kind of person he is. He's a go-getter. I watched that video. I watched that video, and the funny thing is, he said, how can federal government provide you all the amenities for this estate? They give you the land, and you now sell and build the land, and people cannot afford those buildings you have there. Now, federal government will do the road, give you all the infrastructure. Then you will now sell the land. So what the federal government gets? Nothing. The man was looking, he couldn't see anything. And I laughed. Majority of the buildings they are building in Nigeria, an average civil servant cannot buy, even they work for the rest of his life. They can never buy. That's the problem we have in Nigeria. That is why Damali said everybody is a thief. It's only in Nigeria you've started work for 30 years, you cannot afford to buy a house because how much your salary? Nigeria is in a bad system. The system is built for corruption.
Is that not what Fela said?
Fela said, you save. You don't get the money. Can't you buy now? The money don't go up.
Fela say one man their house mosquito the warrior. You know get fan to take fresh air. Now I come begin save under pillow, inside cooking pot, under mattress. They put money everywhere. They save. When it say money don't plenty, you go market. You think
money don't go up.
by either 1 naira, you go home again, begin save. Before he save, he carry come back again, the thing don't increase. He save so that you know fit buy the thing.
See, the reason why there's one of the reasons why there's corruption in Nigeria is you are a civil servant. Let me assume, yes, you are a top management. Your salary is like, let's say 150,000, and you're going to work for the next 60 years. How will you save this money to buy a house?
Let me give
an example. My first time when I moved into Abuja, the house my boss rented was a duplex. We stayed in that duplex. We were paying 5 million a year. That was some years back. Only to find out that our landlord is the PAMSEC, one of the government parasiters. And government must not know he has that house. The day the man retired, that was when He increased the rent. We had to leave the place. That okay, Pamsec, where did you get money to buy that kind of house? How much your salary? So corruption in Nigeria is in the blood. Nigeria need dialysis. Remove all the dialysis, you have not. You are still, I think Obi is the machine for the dialysis.
Which machine go feed dialyze Nigeria? Tell me.
No, Obi learn the dialysis.
Okay.
Obi learn because
Really, it's true. It's true. If
the
Obi
kind of corruption, we are saying corruption is everywhere. It is in their blood. This certificate that Tinubu has started, so I can bet you more people will be buying. They'll be selling certificate right now. Some people will buy PhD. They will buy everything they can buy. Because Nigerians the problem we have in the country is we like certificates.
No, we like title.
No, it's not even title. See, it's not title. It's not, forget the title. In Nigerian man, you want to go and get a job. Because you are getting a job, you want certificates. I have this in this, I have this in this. Yes, one thing under your head. When I worked in Nigeria, my first job, I got into the place. I told my boss, my certificate is not ready, I just finished it. Do you know what he told me? He said, my friend, is it the certificate that I want the people that are going to give me will do the job, or you that is here? I said, it's me. So leave your certificate. If Nigerians stop prison certificates, things will get better. Many people have certificates, many people have first class, third class. Most majority of the class in Nigeria are supposed to be like 2-1 or first class safe, but they are victims of lecturers. Our system is terrible. Our system is terrible.
That one, another distance. A lecturer can tell you that you won't graduate. You think send a lie.
See, I'll give example. I did school. I study architecture. After that year, I knew Nigeria architecture is going to go beyond pencil and paper. I started learning AutoCAD. I was the first set of people that started using AutoCAD in my school. This same lecturer, I tell you so, when he's coming from Benin, I schooled in Epoma. When he's coming from Benin, he drives to my house, drops his brief for me to arrange it for him when he's going back to Benin in the evening. He'll pick it up. So I'll prepare the design, get it ready, print that for him. He takes it to go and see his clients. This same lecturer, nicely backstabbed me for school. You can imagine. So we have them like that. We have them like that everywhere.
Just
System is
sadist.
bad.
Just very sadist.
Just imagine you come to a class, your first class. The lecturer tells you cannot get A. Forget A. B is for the extra brilliance. If you are you are lucky, you get a C.
Yeah.
That is a lecturer.
So what did they teach people for now? They teach people to fail.
As my master's class, we got a lecturer from Holland who was his first student. This man came to class and said, "Do you prefer exam or assignment?" Everybody said assignment. So out of 100, that's okay. Assignment will be 70%. Exam will be 30%. When result came out, everybody passed. HOD was saying, how did they all pass? Faculty was asking, how did they all pass? Can you just imagine? And the most funny thing is, what this man taught us is what I'm using to work till today. I am not a plumber. I'm an architect. But what he told us is services, electrical, mechanical, and the heating system. I could do the drawing because the man showed us how to do it. But Nigerians go to school just to pass. Just to pass, cram, pass. So the system, it does scatter.
Even within the cram and pass, is it not outdated knowledge? Some are outdated. Antiquated system where the Nigerians they use. No, it's true. It's true. To be honest with you, I know that a tree cannot make a forest. I know that. But with Peter Obi at the helm, oh God, I've never been there, and he can't disappoint because his lifestyle Anybody who is not interested in looting, you can't have distraction.
Dr. Cien, I beg, may I cut you? A tree can actually make a forest in the sense that if the head is okay, everything will automatically fall in place.
Yeah,
If you
that's
have,
true.
okay, just look at Peter Obi. What are you going to do? Are you not going to have somebody like that as a president? Then you will now be busy moving with limousine up and down or flying private jet up and down.
That's the problem. That's
Just
the
look
problem.
at somebody like that. Will you have somebody like that as a president and you hear that Abuja airport, because the president's wife is coming from Lagos, they lock the road for 2 hours? It's not going to be possible if the head doesn't do all those things. So somehow, if they say a tree cannot make a forest, yes, but in the real sense, a tree can actually constitute the basis for creating a forest.
But the truth is, if a tree can really form a forest, because
Yes, it's like Shakespeare.
one tree will
When they
germinate
said,
and you have seed. The seed will spread, other trees will start growing, it will grow up again, spread, because the trees have their own seed. They will discharge their seed.
Don't mind that parable. That parable, no, they work.
Yeah,
No, leave
it's
the
like
parable.
Shakespeare.
Leave the parable out. We are putting it in Obi's context. Obi is our president. He grows up, set everything up. Other Obi will start springing out from different places. You cannot have Obi.
Exactly. I like that word. Other Obis will start springing out from the states,
Because you cannot have
commissioners,
Obi
governors,
as president
PAMSEC.
and your IG is corrupt. You cannot have Obi as your president and your senate are corrupt.
Thank you.
That's the problem we are having. So that's why they don't want Obi to come in. Obi, they will never allow Obi come in, because if Obi goes there, who is going to sign that check for you to go and buy limousine and buy a bulletproof car?
It's true.
That's the problem we are facing.
Obi cannot. In fact, waiting
Obi will not sign it. Obi will sign
waiting,
a check and buy bulletproof car. How?
waiting, they
See
make
the rat
me.
that we will see. Okay, as Obi as president, will you have all these senators and all these big men having police around them?
Oil theft. You can't. Oil theft go stop.
What are you going to say about oil theft? Or this one, the budget. This one, when this one they will budget. Do you know how much is newspaper for Aso Rock every day?
If Obi comes in, all the rig where that is owned by personal people will be taken from them. That is why they are using their power to put any idiot there. Because anywhere the wealth of a country is not supposed to be in the hands of one person. Because those oil rig it's not supposed to belong to anybody. It's supposed to be the wealth of the nation. You contract it out to companies who can do the job and you share it. That is how it's supposed to be. But it is only Nigeria I see that in the whole of Africa that I see that one man will own oil rig. A wealth of a country being owned by one man. That is ludicrous.
Black Panther, in my village in Delta State, behind my village, we have 22 oil wells. They call it oil village. If you use your boat,
when I get that road for them.
Yeah, they tell you things at the sleep. If they pay me, say I don't come out. I for just go one day and do documentary again. When you see my father's house, nobody stays there. That was where Elf was there. Their flow station is still there in the village there. You see oil well everywhere. But yet, that place, they don't have pipe-borne water. There's no light in that place. And there are many villages like that have oil wells like that. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. It's a pity that the kind of people we have in government, if they can only just take a trip, put them on a boat, and move around all these communities that have this oil, so that when they finish and go back to Abuja, maybe they will cry small and see how people live.
It's true. Very shameful thing.
You see, that is why there was a northern man that was speaking in Arise News. He said the oil in the north, the south, belongs
to
the northerner.
No,
To the
Jigawa is
outside, belong to Jigawa.
Yeah.
So I now reason, because I was angry before he said it, but I no longer got angry, because if you are angry, you cannot really analyze the statement very well. Because when you are angry, you will say that statement is a fallacy, it's wrong, it's not right, it's this, you born you well, blah, 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 blah. But when I now later carry those words together, I now ask myself a question. That is why you see the likes of Isaac Newton and all these white men, because one thing they do to make them come to a postulate or a theory is by asking themselves questions. When you ask yourself question, your inner man, because every man has a spirit, it will start speaking to you. It is how you process it that matters. I now ask myself, why did that man say that? And something came to me. All the oil rig in your country, who are the owners? For the past 30 years, who are the owners? Then the answer came to me, it is men in the north. Then why is it that they don't want Nigeria to converge and write a constitution? My inner man told me that, why is it that they took over the oil, the riches of the country? Do you think that if we have a constitution, they'll be able to do that? My inner spirit said no. That is the reason you see everybody that is speaking today. These are the people that are benefiting from the largest, the resources of the country. That is why you see they form a group, a fraternity. There'll be fraternity that laugh at the poor. Fraternity that comes to the National Assembly that laugh at the poor. Fraternity that will say to you that my wife, I asked my wife to do this so that you can be a senator. Fraternity that will say that nobody should be out there be clamoring if the judges say that somebody won, Agbado won. Fraternity that will put his own children as federal high court judges. Why are they doing this? They are protecting their wealth, their stolen wealth of the nation. That is what they are doing. That is why I say all this clamoring for, say, Nigeria go, they want Fulanize, they want to do this Islamatize. They know they do anything. They are doing what they are trying to protect, put fear in the minds of the people to protect their stolen investment. And that is the gold and the other resources in the land. That is what they are after. They want to be like the Sultan of Brunei, the Sultan of whatever. That is it, but they don't have the mental capacity to build that kind of a city in their own land. That is it. They fraternize to steal the wealth because they know that Nigeria is not yet a nation. They know that. And that is why we are sinking it into everybody. Some people are too stubborn. These people that you are fighting against, they know that you are not a country. They know. Why should the say, Oba, sit down, rise up, sit down, rise up? In a constituted country, an ex-president will do that, being paid by the taxpayer forever, will do such a thing to the people that hold the tradition intact. Hell no, man. Hell no.
That's true.
See, and do you know, there was a day I watched one documentary, it was a talk show on channels. I can't remember that general, an ex-general. He said, the kind of oil wells Nigeria have, that every state can have one or two, which is enough to just take care of every state. They won't need to go to Abuja.
Yes.
You have your own oil well. But out of our greed is what is
They
killing
no,
us.
they no go agree.
Our
At least
greed is
you.
killing us.
That's what we face. Anyway, what is the time? It's almost midnight here, gentlemen. I I beg to leave you people. I will be back tomorrow, so that it's almost midnight UK time. So that
Almost midnight
tomorrow,
UK time.
So
that is
let me give my my speech before I leave.
Your
about
final one.
13.
My final
Mm.
one. What I would like to say is that whatever information or whatever movie every one of us is watching out there in Nigeria, remember there
For
are
Nigeria, don't
people, there
Nigeria
are
don't become
people,
where they
there
show
are
movie.
people, there are people that have seen this thing, but they develop this skin and come to a conclusion that this country should be this country should split. You cannot imagine. Do you think that the people that want to say they want a country, do you think that one day out of their own selfish intention they just woke up one day and said, oh, I want my own state, I want my own country? No, it is not. It's not a matter of say I have been neglected or I have not given equal share. It is more than that. It is more than that. Look at what some of us are seeing now. People are being spy everywhere. Doctors are perpetrating evil. You know, police are gangsters. Military are becoming gangsters. This is what has been happening before. Do you know that if you wear a military shirt, you'll be stopped and stripped naked in the city of Lagos or anywhere in Nigeria? That has been happening for long, but most of us have not seen it. We even be hearing it. Now that most of us have seen it, we are hearing some evil. What you should do is we should all develop a strong heart, thick skin that will make us stronger and fight a true just cause. So that we will see other people will come and join us. But if we just chicken out, we just chicken and say, oh, this is blah blah blah. Me, I want go Burkina Faso now. It no go work. You chicken out, and be that. Fight this fight am to the end. That is why I told my uncle, all these things people they do now they do politics because they involve politics. Look, if John go rise today, see, if I say I know they go, they can't say me Biafra go. Me, I they follow Biafra go. This one Nigeria, me I know stay here. Lie. This rubbish can't warm. I can't stay there. I can't call it my own. I'd rather go with somebody that we can come together and do things together and forge ahead and make a prosperous nation without any grudges among ourselves. That is what we want to have. But we should find strength. If we believe that Nigeria will, let us have a bond and fight with one voice, with one heart, with one strength, and with one purpose, so that we can get to what they call the El Dorado land, so that we can get to the promised land. Many might not see the promised land, but the ones that sees the promised land will write history that these are the men that were lost in the battle, and we must commemorate them. We must thank them. We must have a day for them every year to serve them, to say that these are the men that put on a thick skin and fight for the future we are today. That is what we are seeing. The battle is not for the weak. The battle is for the strong. And the battle we are fighting is not a day, it's not a year, it's a long journey. So we started generating, we are building more obi, and obedient. As we are building them, those that are traditional, they will join us. The reason why the traditionalists in the West and in the East, they are getting beaten now, their house has been burned, is because they refuse to say the truth. Look at the one that happened in the East. They burned those ones that started cursing, that started swearing for people that will support, that will not support that Supreme Court governor. They burnt his house. They beaten, they driven them out of their home. That is kind of punishment that we should see in the West, in the North, so that the traditional institution because we are the one that made that institution thick. Without us, they cannot be thick. So we will deal with them if they go against the tradition of the land. They support the truth because our traditions support the truth. That is why they are being subjected to ridicule in the West. Time and time is being said. If they don't adjust, the West, like I know them, they will do justice to many of these traditional rulers and they will see what's going to happen next. Because already they've been ridiculed, and it pains me so much to see a traditional ruler, the custodian of tradition, no matter how they are formed, to tell them to sit down and stand up. That's what they do to us in secondary school those days. We learn how to do some exercise so that we will not sleep while we are studying. Sit down, get up. And they were laughing. They were smiling. I look at them and say, these people, they're taking money, because if corruption is the only thing that will subject you, that will ridicule you to that status, because it's going to do that same thing to the religious body very soon. You people watch out. I know OBJ, he is very bold. He will do that to the pastors and the bishop there. He will do it. You people should watch out. So I would like to thank everyone. Let us keep the flag flying. Let us begin to inject a lot of people with the Obi syndrome, because Obi stands for truth. Obi stands for boldness. Obi stands for strength. Obi stands for development. Obi stands for the sovereign state of Nigeria, and Obi stands for unity. We should continue to preach that. We should not let that word, because the word cannot be killed. We should continue to preach that word. One day, the matches will come out of the box and somebody will just light it. And that's all. You see the new Nigeria will just emerge. That is how it comes. And that's why I normally say a revolution is never planned. A revolution is your instinct that makes you to react, and you get it. You know the consequences, but you go for it. Thank you all, and God bless every one of us as we forge ahead to tell the world that we can make a good country.
Well, for me, let me just quickly round up briefly. 1 second. You mentioned that you are going to go with Biafra. You see, I was trying to call in the day Magnus Raka was speaking, when he was saying that they are trying to join the whole of the South to Biafra. Biafra was not created by Nnamdi Kanu. Way back when I was in primary school, the whole of this region is called the Bight of Biafra. So it's not the making of Igbos like Magnus Uraka was trying to say the other day. It is not the making of the Igbos. It has been there right from the beginning. So it's not as if maybe any person is forcing any person to join Biafra. No, that is actually the description of Biafra. It extends to Delta, to Bayelsa, to Port Harcourt, the whole of those regions. If you can lay your hands on the map, those map of in the 80s, you see it clearly written there, the Bight of Biafra. So I wanted to call in and correct that impression that day, because the impression was given, it looks as if Nnamdi Kanu is just forcing everybody to become Biafra. No, it has been like that in the history. So I think with that, I just want to encourage all of us to know that, eventually we are going to win. All we just need to do is to remain focused and tally more, and eventually we'll put our hands in the trophy. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Good night.
everybody.
Good night. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.